cool thing was the first people I looked at was what I'd seen on ancient aliens, where at the very top of the temple you have one of the most famous hieroglyphs, which has a spaceship, a helicopter, and a submarine. As clear as you can possibly imagine. Show that. What the fuck is that? How in the what is that? Explain that, please. Because that looks like a spaceship, that looks like a submarine, and that 100% looks like a helicopter. So the Egypt is a weird place. It really is. Because that's what I used to do. Yeah. What the hell's underneath? Well, I think that I mean, come on. That's so crazy. That's a spaceship or a fighter jet. Some kind of a, that's a submarine. It looks like a yacht. It looks like one of the old yachts that you get. But that's a helicopter. It looks like a helicopter to me. It looks just like a helicopter. Yeah, if it's not a helicopter, what a goddamn coincidence. Yeah. And, you know, there's a bunch of weird stuff there. A bunch of weird images. And how about that one plane that they found that was inside? They found like a wooden plane that was inside one of the chambers. Yeah. It is buried there. That was the other thing that he was unwilling to entertain was this King's List. This Zepteki King's List that goes back 30,000 plus years. Yes. They all want to pretend that's a myth, but all the other hieroglyphs are legitimately documenting the history of the region. But when it gets past the narrative, these 30,000-year-old kings, that place has probably been there for a long fucking time. Yeah, probably hundreds of thousands of years. Which is so crazy. And it's probably built on other stuff. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing about the base of the pyramids. It's like you have to realize that there's a base there before they put the pyramids up. They put this insane base. And if what they're saying is accurate in these readings, that there's a structure that goes under the ground 2 kilometers, like, what is that? If they can find that, then you have to throw everything. But aren't you with me? Like, why are we not interested in that? Well, we are. Why is modern archaeology not cool? That's fucking good shit. Because modern archaeology forever has been saying that we have answers, that we have the timeline, we know when Khufu built this, we know when Khafre built this, we know who did this, and they're not correct. It's not accurate. It's too weird. There's no way you have all the information. Also, where'd everybody go? Like, there's people living there, but it's clearly not the same civilization. So what happens is insane civilization. There wasn't a collapse of society at an immense level. There wasn't some sort of a civilization destroying event. Yeah. Then where did it? Yeah. What happened? How about this idea? We have new Pope. Mm-hmm. From the States. From Chicago. Yeah. So open up the Vatican. Good luck doing that. Have you been? You've been to that? That's wild, right? You're like, what did you do? Really hard shit. And you walking through, what, weird tapestries, we stand on one side, looks like this, and the other side looks like that. Insane. Like the craziest, but it's almost like a crazy person's house, where they have so much art, almost like a studio. There's so much art stacked up everywhere, so it's worth billions of dollars. I was laughing because didn't J.D. Vance get in trouble for pictures in the Sistine Chapel or something? Really? Sistine Chapel? And I think he did. And you're not supposed to take pictures. And I remember when they told you, put your phone away. And I'm really in there trying to be quiet. And everybody around me is loud. They got the camera out to take photos. Photo of J.D. Vance inside Sistine Chapel sparks my imagination. Everybody around me when I was there was taking pictures. It is forbidden to take photographs or films of any type of a bubble with any type of electronic equipment inside the Sistine Chapel. But everybody's doing it. I have photos. It wasn't in 2015. It wasn't when I went either. Well, I went in, I think, 2018 or 2019. We took a bunch of photos. The photo was taken by an official White House photographer, and there's precedent for political figures being photographed inside. The whole thing is Vatican City. Who guards the Vatican? Mm-hmm. Why is it the Swiss government? Why it's a country. It's a country. You can't. Nobody gets extradited from that when they're accused of crimes against humanity, like Ratzinger.
Yo, I'm here.
He's about to have to step down
just for a moment.
He was one of the guys that was moving people. Oh yeah, from like the spotlight.
Yeah.
So, he was one of those guys that when they catch someone molesting kids, he'd move them to another place where they one guy molested 100 deaf kids.
What's up, Tony?
His old dog. He just
What's going on in your neck of the woods? You make billions of dollars yet? All right. How many TikTok accounts have you made, G? Okay. All right. Yeah, dog. Why don't you just create an app? Do you have a computer? All right. I can teach you how to make a macro. Well, actually, shoot. You have an Android phone. I know you have iOS, but you have an Android phone, even an old one. Okay, that's what you really need. Because then you can get auto clickers on your phone that will just, you just press a button. Like, here's what my doors. And what yours can do too, is basically, you press a button, it opens up the TikTok app, it goes to a random email address creator so that you can verify the emails. And then what it does is it puts that in, it puts in a password, whatever I want it to be, it goes forward, and then it is a CAPTCHA. You do the CAPTCHA, it says choose a username. Once you choose the username, you can have it like populate the account with whatever picture you want, name it whatever you want, put any links in there you want, and then it just closes that one and then it starts up a new one. And you just have it going in this rotation. And I literally have these things going, and then just whenever I look over, it's ready to create a new one. And I just do a CAPTCHA and it's ready to go. I mean, that's how you create a library. If you are creating like one, that's cool, but you want to create like 100.
Yeah, of course, but here's my issue.
What's your
So, what I do to get that problem on the box, I need to get it's either 1K or 5K numbers. It's different. Sometimes 1K that lets you know, or 5K, whatever. So, and I really tried buying followers. So it works. My followers work, but I haven't yet one video that's decent. I have these over 50K views for TikTok to get them up on there. I can't just make them have 5 followers right away.
Okay, so hold on.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna just price the bitch out. All right, approximately. We need 5,000 TikTok followers. I don't know what that number is called too, but it's about $60. Is that
Well, but I don't know if I'm good. Like 10 months or 5 followers.
okay? So you did better because you got good 69. But then why don't you just buy views? You just buy, I don't know, 50,000 views. How much is that?
If I try to buy views, I don't know how to get some short. So I buy it from this stuff that it's hard to buy. So I don't know if it's going to go. So I for views, I already tried buying them. That covers for it.
Okay,
So
so
I think it's like that.
okay, I
So
mean,
when I do sometimes one video to pop off, that is 50K views, and then I buy followers. So that's like what's going on.
I got you. I mean, just try another service. I don't know why. You're trying one service. There are hundreds of these services. So So you just find, I mean, you've got enough money that you're able to buy views and buy followers at a few different places. And then once you find one that works, you can create these accounts all day long. I mean, if you did one monetized account every single day for a month,
Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal.
all right, well then,
And I could pretty much do it. I could do it on like 3 minutes, like 1, 2 days, 3 days max. And it would just really be more convenient. If I was thinking, what I would just do, like 5,000 like each other.
yeah, I did that. It takes too long.
Yeah.
I mean, I did that with 1,000. It just, it's not, I wouldn't say it's not worth it, but it's also a really easy way to get them all banned because all they have to do is just look and see who your followers are. Just like that, all of a sudden. Now, you could change it up, but that's more work. You have to add individual pictures to them. They can always check to see what device made them. Devices out. Similar to just the particular version.
Yeah, I like to make do it all the books and like you said, everything. You have to get VPN and all of them, so the servers and all of them.
Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, you don't need 10,000 accounts. You just need like 30 monetized accounts. So there's a big difference there. If you're doing that, you just have to put on you just need to turn on a VPN when you're creating the account. And then from there, you basically then have the opportunity to create basically an anonymous account. That's not YouTube. And you'll have the opportunity to build that account, get it followers. Once it has whatever followers you want, great. Then you create a new account and you just use a different VPN. So they don't all look like they're coming from your house.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what you do.
Is there different options for VPN? I think I've got VPNs on TikTok is on my connection.
Yeah. Nobody likes it. Is thinking that because they allow for anonymity. Um, there are some. I mean, there's a way that people don't really use it. Just go to your local Starbucks, or go to your local McDonald's, or go to some place that has like an open Wi-Fi for guests. Just go there, create a quick account, and then that's a completely different VPN.
So it's just when you make the account, it's not running that thousand.
Well, it's not as identifiable. Ideally, though, you just use a VPN. And I know that. Okay, so you can practice with it a little bit. Um, so you don't necessarily. Well, I mean, like it depends what the benefit you're going to need it for which you're going to need it. So, do you need it to be able to go live for 6 hours a day?
Well, I want to go next in order to some content master. Sometimes just
Okay, so it's easiest for just a video post that you can just do through your home VPN, through your home Wi-Fi. But it's not that like it's it does lead to some suspicion, but it's not necessarily enough suspicion to get your account removed by any means. People are using VPNs everywhere in the world. I would say probably on TikTok, 20% of all users are using a VPN, and so you just kind of have to see yourself you're in that 20%. Now, where it can run, you can run into an issue. That's what I say, just test it out. is you're using a VPN and you go live and no one's watching. You're like, what? Why isn't anybody watching? And then you go to your normal IP and you get 5,000 people watching. And you're going to be like, okay, what happened here? Why is it that I had no success using a VPN and some success using my own IP address? That's where you're going to run into maybe someone previously on that VPN did some shady stuff, and now they've got it flagged or something like that. But they certainly don't have every VPN flagged anymore. And so it provides you with some anonymity, and then hopefully it doesn't happen. But if you ever get flagged on any of your accounts, you just go to another VPN, and they'll never know the difference. Now I can tell you, I created 1,000 accounts on the same IP address without any VPN. That was like 3 years ago, and I've never run into an issue. Um, like basically having those, they're all still available accounts. Do I use them still? No, just because um, TikTok, I wasn't really successful in it, and the reason is it there like the demographic for TikTok is like age 13 to 25, and I'm looking for people who are like 25 to 45, because those people are influencers. They have 100,000 followers. They're not just news people. I mean, yeah, there are some really viral, young creators, but that's not what I don't really want to interact with children. That's not the demographic for which I'm going. I'm going for people who are writers and bloggers and have accumulated large followings on other social media platforms who find science to be very interesting. And so that's usually the demographic. Um, and but that doesn't necessarily use it. I know some really great people, in this Discord that way. The reason why I moved away from it really can be summarized in them forcing you to do a capture when you go live once a month. That became too tedious because that meant I had to do. It meant I couldn't sleep on stream because nobody's doing the capture for me in the middle of the night. Now there is a little way around this, and the way around it, from my understanding, is if you use a computer. Do you ever use your computer for a lot, or is it only ever your phone? Okay, so I think you've never used TikTok Studio. Okay, so it does allow you to have some different options. Those would be okay. So, are you familiar with being able to share your screen on TikTok like a video game? Excellent. Okay, so um, the deal with that is on a phone. I think, if I recall, like they change their metrics quite often, but it's like you used to need 1,000 followers to go live, and now you don't. And then I think you used to have 5,000 followers to be able to share your screen, but but on a on a computer it was only 3,000. So basically, you were able to show your screen, which can lead to uh, much longer dwell time on your live. So what do I mean by that? No matter what you do on a live, unless you're a really hot girl, nobody's gonna, like they're just gonna swipe through or whatever. But if you're showing like a bunch of stuff at once, you're gonna get a lot of people who stick around, and you can do that with a computer. So how do you do it? It's basically like OBS Studio. You can have your main screen, which is you doing whatever you want, but then you can have like a really serene like video going in the corner, just something cool, or somebody playing a video game that's interesting, or whatever you want. You can have like another thing just showing, like TikTok thoughts, whatever, just to get people's attention. Basically, what I'm saying is you run a lot of programs simultaneously that way. That may be a benefit to you because you do so much live streaming. Um, okay, but with TikTok Studio, what I can tell you is, and what I think is a positive of it, is you can download it, use it, and they don't require you to do a captcha. At least some of us do. So that means you can stay live for like 8 hours or 12 hours or 24 hours or something like that. But where you will run into an issue, and I've run into an issue every single time, is at some point somebody doesn't like what you're doing and they'll just flag your account and you'll be like, what did I do wrong? And it's for stupid stuff. Like, I've gotten like I'll tell you this, I've never gone hunting. I don't think I've ever known anybody to go hunting, but I'll get flagged for animal cruelty hunting. And I'll be like, what? What? I've never even talked about that on my stream. Like, that has nothing to do with what I do. But somebody will just pick, exactly, somebody will just pick like a random one, and then you can, you can appeal it, and I usually win those, but it's like a pain because, you got to go through the appeal process, and that can take 2 to 3 days. Sometimes it's faster, but sometimes it's not faster, and or they think like what like another one that I get nailed for quite often, probably more than any of them, is not the hunting one. I don't do that, but music. So I'll just have a radio on in the background, and it will detect some kind of copyrighted music, and I'll get banned for it. And then it's a 3 day ban or whatever, however long they want to make it, and so, and it's difficult because, especially if I'm sleeping, I can't, um, I can't, how would I say, like, control that or whatever. I can't monitor that. So, what I'll do is, like, I'll have it complete silence and it'll just be me sleeping. And you'll get nailed for, just like I said, like, if the more that you go live, if you go live for long periods of time, it's a much higher rate that you're going to get banned for whatever reason. So, like normally, if you go live, let's say 1 hour a day, okay, that's great. That's basically a 1 in 24 hour chance that you're going to get banned. But if you're live 24 hours a day, that's a 24 times opportunity that you're going to get banned. And it's just like it becomes very miserable as a streamer. Like I'm a fan of like for the most part Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. You go live, and so long as you're not like live streaming the Super Bowl in HD quality, you're going to be okay. Now that doesn't necessarily you won't get strikes later on because of whatever reason, but they're not going to end your stream generally. Generally, they will for some things, but generally you're going to be okay. As opposed to TikTok, which is like right away, you're going to get banned, whatever reason. They're very, very sensitive. So, what does that mean for you? It may be a benefit if you you want what's the big thing for you? Conversions?
Well, yeah, it's just to touch on the buzz run on the live. So, yeah, they don't get much go on the it's just right on the live. Just about it.
Okay.
And, yeah, it's literally like a violation. Yeah, it's going to happen. It's for the game.
Okay. So when it comes to conversion for you, what's your what's the best thing that you show to get conversions?
Well, really, it's different for every hobby. But I just underestimate the other potential for TikTok.
Okay.
Really, I feel like TikTok is pulled down for sales right now. That's the creative revolution, right? It's all you really get.
Okay, but there are
Overexcited.
okay, but I mean there are probably more efficient ways of doing that than what you're doing. I'm not saying that you're not doing it working and you're making thousands of dollars a month. But basically, are you doing A/B testing? Basically, like saying, like, all right, do I do better with white background or background, black background? Do I do better if I play music while I do this or not? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, but one of the things you do, so for example, like there's a thing called beat graphics, and it's a great picture. That's a kind of trendy right now. That you would post a picture, you would cut a picture, and then on top somewhere like before that, and like scan the back there, and backing up, like that'll like bring in way more views if you have, if you didn't have that, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Just like that one thing.
Right. Okay, good. So that's something that works really well. To quote Mad Men, it's before and after since the beginning of time. Whenever you're selling any kind of weight loss product or skin clearing product or hair restoration product, it's going to be before and after. Okay. So there are ways to perhaps, and I don't know if this is like a thing, but like you do the before and after, but then at least on the computer, if you do this on the computer, I think you'll be more successful. And the reason why, and you're already successful, but it's like you can always tweak it to be a little bit more successful. So you have a picture of before and after, but in the background you have just like a mesmerizing background, almost like to make people um, hypnotized to do whatever you want to do. Like it could be, like what are pictures that would do this? I mean, it could be like the style that people use, but it could just be like beautiful colors going in and out of each other, but with your before and after on top. Now, you're saying you just read a script, like literally you just speak it, like you're on camera and you read a script. Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so
Well, it's not the exact script, just like focus.
okay,
Like some people worded it.
all right. So
Almost.
I mean, I can almost guarantee you could do better if you just use a woman to do it. And I know you're like, oh, okay, I don't know.
That's the plan. That's the plan. Is to hire people overseas, figure out a way. I have them going on.
Not what I'm saying, though. Not what I'm saying. You could use a few things. You could, okay, so I'm glad we're on the same page. Women are going to sell your stuff better than men. But what you could do is you could either use pre-roll, basically women who are already selling something similar. It's just vague what they're selling, and so they can just be like, buy the product, it's in the corner or whatever. And they're just like, oh, thank you for the follow and all that other garbage. Um, you could do that, or you could just use an AI model and just feed her a script, and people aren't going to necessarily know the difference. And even if they do, because it's an attractive woman, they're going to be excited about whatever they're seeing anyway. Now I know you're like, well, it's hard to do that on the phone. I get that. That's what I'm saying. TikTok Studio is the way to do this. If you want to generate. So what would you? What would?
I think you should pay like
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. You can even TikTok has a feature where you mask yourself so that your movements will be will have a filter and it'll look like you're just a hot chick. People do it all the time on Twitter. In fact, it's one of the most popular kinds of food. Is it's like men who have a filter on that makes them look like a woman, a very attractive woman. And so when they move their hands around it, or like their head, they move in the same way. It's known as an avatar, generally on platforms. Now that's a way to do it. Um, I think that we could even. I think that's probably. I mean, like, so how would you do that? Okay, so the way that I would do it, I'm not the foremost expert on doing this, but Snapchat has a feature. It's known as filters, and actually there's something called Snapchat Studio. And so I think Snapchat probably has some of the best filters available. That's kind of how they became famous, aside from just deleting your videos and screening your pictures. But basically, like you, whatever your camera detects, it puts a filter on you, and you can actually use it called the Snapchat camera. And then within OBS so whenever you move around, you could be a dog, you could be a woman, you could be like a furry, you can be whatever you think's going to sell, and you would probably want to test it, like which one works the best. But it's going to get people's attention because firstly they're going to be like, normally I'm used to just seeing people, but that's cartoon or I'm seeing an avatar or something. This is cool, and then it's going to be talking, and you can have it match your voice so that whatever you're saying in your normal voice comes out as like whatever, an attractive woman, whatever you might be.
Yeah.
And then you can have your product there, the before and after, and that's how you're going to so long as you have release. But basically, what I'm saying is like, if you're making $5,000 now a month, and that's probably a good month, you might be able to double, triple, quadruple it in a matter of days if you have the right salesperson. Basically, welcome. What up, G-Man? How you doing, Chad?
So how can I create this avatar? Just on Snapchat or?
Yeah, so what you do is on your computer, it's called Snapchat Camera. It's just a program that you download. It's free. Yeah, it's free. And so then what you're going to be able to do is whenever your camera's on, instead of showing you, it shows whatever avatar you choose. And the reason why I recommend Snapchat Camera is because it just has so many different choices. You can do dog ears. You can make yourself look like a full dog. You can just have it do your dog like like all the filters that you have on Snapchat. You can do on this. When on TikTok, I can tell you right now, TikTok has like a limit to it. It's not that many, and people are used to seeing that. With Snapchat, they have maybe 1,000 different things that you can do, and you can change it. So you could say like, you know what, being an elephant didn't work really well for me, but being a fox did. I don't know why. It's just people took more towards like the fox now than the elephant, and then they don't always see you, or they'll never see you. They just see the avatar. So what do? You download Snapchat Camera and OBS Studio on your phone, on your computer, and TikTok Studio. So you need those three programs to remove. And then what I do if I were you is I install Snapchat, I install them all. And then when you open up OBS Studio, that's where that's how you come in. That's how you stream. Um, you create what's called a virtual camera, which is very easy to do. And the virtual camera will only show what you want it to display. And that's where you can create your different views. So you put you add what's called Snapchat camera, and within Snapchat camera you choose your avatar. So let's say you want to be a dog. I don't care what you want to be, that's just an example. And so you're a dog. And then you open up TikTok Studio and you go live. And when you go live, you can change the orientation. So sometimes I'm sure you've seen people have a horizontal orientation, which is really small, or you can keep it being the lengthwise vertical orientation. It's up to you, and I bet that's something with which you can practice. But usually, the bigger the picture, the more attractive it's going to be for people, and that's just about changing orientation between vertical and horizontal. But then when people go to your whatever you're selling, they're going to see you in a dog suit, and you can also have other stuff going on too, like different scenes next to you, just to keep people involved, like engaged. You can have hot girls, you can have a nice coastline, you can have somebody playing video games that just keep people like entertained, and then you have your links to and then you have the before and after of your product. That's the big one you said, and all of this is going on in the same scene. And so you're able to sell this product. You're able to keep people entertained, and you're also going to be able to do testing with it. And maybe it doesn't work at all, and you go back to your normal way, or it works way better than anything you've ever done before. And all of a sudden, you start your own little empire.
Yeah. Well, holy shit. No, because I know it's something.
Right. You're exactly right. Yeah. But, yeah. People like that. Exactly. I forget what it's called. I think it's just called avatar streaming. But Twitch streamers are just that. They're just cartoons, and people really connect with that,
Shit.
and that's how they do it. Now, I'm sure there are other ways to do it. You know, we can certainly research that, but that's how I've done it. Have I ever done it to be successful? Yeah, I did it on TikTok. I did it. I was Baby Yoda, and I got more likes out of my Baby Yoda stuff. I would say, yeah, than anything else. Yeah, exactly. So, you can play with what you want, but this is when like Baby Yoda was really popular. When like The Mandalorian came out a few years ago, and I wasn't selling anything. I was like singing karaoke or something like that. But people really like that more than they like any of the other ones. And, then I saved those uploads and they did better than, I saved those lives and they did better than any of the other ones.
Yeah, maybe you're expensive.
Yeah, definitely. Exactly. So, do it. And then you can have,
The way that like there's so many views.
exactly. And then you can do, um, you can you can have like things that you normally wouldn't be able to sell for you. Like you could be Mickey Mouse and have Mickey Mouse sell your stuff. Normally Disney's not gonna be cool with that, but they're never gonna find out because you're not that way. Like, but all you care about is just being recognizable to the viewer. And so they're gonna be scrolling through it. And like I've seen enough TikToks that, and maybe yours is different, but this is what I see. I see hot girls, that's good. I see people who are like doing scratch offs, like lottery tickets. That's what I see people do. I see people who do like something with rocks or like in water or something like basically I see people building things, Legos, and I see people who like do trick shows. Those are like the probably I would say best. And it could be just my algorithm or whatever, but those are the things that perform the best. The things that don't perform well are just people who sit there and do it. That's not like that's fine if that's what you want to do, but and then also people get in debates and have a bunch of other matters. Now here's another thing you can do is you have multiple accounts. You get your other accounts to join your live. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so that's something that I've done. So basically, you would look at my live, and I would just have cameras all around me, and people would think that was super cool. The issue with that is people will report you for platform manipulation. So it just depends on how you want to do it. But people have thought it was really cool. Where basically, you look and it's like 8 different things from the same person. But the key to this, in my opinion, is the testing of it. A/B testing. So you keep all the factors the same. You keep the same IP address, same device, and everything, and you just test out two different animals or whatever. And you see which one works best. Or you test out two different sets of lighting, and you see which one works best. You'll be able to tweak it to the point where, like, you just have money machine, which is the goal of everything. So, yeah. Okay, so you could do that. You, you're going to want to be careful about platform manipulation. But,
Yeah, that's the thing. TikTok is hard to start on that.
yeah. So usually you would need multiple computers generally to do that. If you get different animals. If you want to just do yourself, that's fine. You see what I have here, just like a tower, like a phone tower. You have different towers just set up. Like I've got different computers set up, and they're all watching at the same time. So you've got like let's say four going at the same time simultaneously, and you just do yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. The one thing that will happen though, is you get hardcore TikTok users who start seeing you multiple times after they already said they didn't like you and whatever they don't strong you, and then they'll be like, "Wait, I thought this person, I already saw this person, and they were good." So you want to be careful with that. But that doesn't mean that you can't start with one or two at the same time. No one said you have to use all your accounts to do this.
Well, let's do a snapshot of avatar. What if I use different avatars in each file?
Okay, so
And,
generally you can. You just need computers to do that. So you can. I mean,
yeah,
yeah. So what you do, you buy like you can buy brand new computers. It's fine. But that's going to cost you some money. You could just buy, yeah, just buy refurbished. Like the best ones that you're going to get are the Novos because they're business computers. They generally are very reliable. They're what used to be the IBM ThinkPad. These are Lenovo too. These are Lenovo, and you can buy them for like $150, and they'll run for 10 years. They'll run better than nothing because they're made for business. So they're made for the business world, and some company changes this computer, sells it to some third party, and now you buy it up for this. All right, so you buy. What's up, Jimmy? Okay, I have it. It doesn't always work. So I appreciate it. Jimmy, how'd you find out about it? Jimmy, how'd you find out about it? Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So basically, if you buy those Lenovo ThinkPads, you're going to be able to run individual instances on your account. So what does that mean? You'll be able to run, like basically, you'll be able to be a cat on one, a dog on another. Oh, okay. Oh, that's amazing, Gina. You've been an OG. You've followed me. How's your day going, Gina? Yeah, I get trolled. That's true. So, you'll be able to have like your four different accounts, and, and you'll be able to be a different animal in each one of the accounts, whatever you want to consider, and that should work for you. And you'll be able to do that for probably less than $600. You buy four computers, about $150 each. Oh, totally. Now, I would before I buy the computers, I would just try it with my own computer to make sure it is a viable strategy. But chances are it's going to be, and if that happens, then you'll be able to do like four times the amount of sales simultaneously, and probably even more than that. Now, I didn't think of this, but you have to be selling the same product, probably. Is what I mean. Dude, I see it all the time. I've never done that. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I think this person's using it. Yo, G-Man, if you're not using an A voice in the next 10 seconds, say the United States of America. All you have to say is the United States of America. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. Yeah, like anybody else. If I ask Tony Montana how to say, hey, say the United States of America, he can say it just like the United States of America. No, it's cool. Okay, so it is. All right. Well, that's cool, G-Man. I'm glad you found out about me from Taik. That's going back like a year. That's far. How's your day going, Ken? all over the world who either are positive to what I do or negative to what I do. People come in here with chainsaws and horns and all kinds of stuff to try to keep me awake. I don't, I don't let it get to me. Back to your side of things. Um, is it something that would be beneficial for you?
That's my voice. So,
Yeah, I know exactly who you are. You take it back. Which is cool.
well,
Yeah, that's fine. So my friend Gina, it's a pleasure having you here. I appreciate it. Hope all's well in your life. Yeah, cool, man. Anyway, so basically all you need is just a computer that has a little bit of processing power. You'll be able to have your overlay or filter, whatever you want to call it. And that's just exciting to people. They'll ask you to change it. And like maybe you want to change it on the fly for them. Whatever it is. I mean, it's just to engage your audience. So it's whatever it is.
with the filter, it's like the filter what they want to do, trouble with it. TikTok is gonna push out it's not because they want to make money. Of course.
That's an excellent point.
So with the film, see like they make the more. Like you said, if you were here to look at the film, that's for the most part.
I would agree. I think that's the way you
So
go.
if if other utility lines shovel the content, like when it's a girl wearing some like dress or something.
Exactly.
But the rest of it, it's really boring.
Exactly. So you'll be able to be a trailblazer with this type of stuff.
Yeah, like old football viewers, like old viewers outside just my guys and so I'm pretty sure like
Definitely. What's the most you've ever had to type of changes?
the most with regular like shovelable lives.
Yeah.
Like you know, I know the
Okay. What's the most you've ever had any time ever on TikTok?
yeah, I would say the over which is good for
A shot.
for shots.
Yeah. Do you know what follow for follows are?
Yeah, man, well, we do that. That's definitely is with it.
Right. And um, it's just it depends on your strategy.
I just never done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just never done that. I can get a video with like how he's flipping KPUs like in the first day on a real account. As long as it comes warmed up, I can get like 50 drawings and so pretty easy. And yeah, that's all I really do. So that's my fault.
Right. Okay. I've had a lot of success with follow for follows, and I've done a lot of testing with it. So I've done it just being in front. Hey, follow for follow. They make this thing that I have. It's a disc. It's usually for like jewelry, but it's basically like a disc jewelry or for just any kind of product that you're trying to show. It's like a lazy Susan that just turns. And I had this thing. The most amount of people I ever had on TikTok, 17 since 3,000. What I did, I took 4 phones and put them like made a square, and then it was spinning, and so it was just something that was really interesting that no one had ever seen. And then I had like a piece of paper on top, like a little sign that basically, it was something like, and then behind that I had a television that was just like really mesmerizing. And I remember one time I just let that go all night, and I ended up getting hundreds of thousands of views just from that. So, yeah, it was like, oh, it's totally, yeah, totally. Um, but here's the thing, I ended the stream and went live again, got 0 people. So I don't know what it was, but it was like I somehow hit the algorithm perfectly and got huge numbers. So I don't know exactly. I can just tell you that was one thing that I did that was. I also have the most the most successful thing I ever had on TikTok as a video. TikTok's finicky, and I kind of enjoy it. Well, I do know it's real. There's this thing called 200 view jail and 200 to 600 view jail. So what they do is, let's say you create a new video, whatever it is. Now, you're not having an issue with this if you get 50,000 views with views stuff. But if you put enough content out there, not all of it's going to get 50,000 views. A lot of it will just be 200 views. So what they do is you publish something. They show it to 200 people. So that's how you get 200 views. If it doesn't get liked or upvoted or commented on, it just stays there and it doesn't get shown to anyone else.
Yeah, well, I think that's what I'm saying. So all you have to do is get the telephone up, and you got to break them, get to the hardest part. Break through, and
I'm gonna do it. I have one video. I was watching this person on TikTok who was a television anchor, and she was doing an AMA, and I was I just asked her one question, which was, "Do you use your right hand or your left hand to wipe?" It was like a troll question, but she answered. She said, "I use my right hand." Oh, I thought you said right. And this is just one video that I have that got 200,000 views. Basically, just like totally random. Now, here's the interesting part. I had no comments and no likes. So, I don't know how it gets 200,000 views with no comments and no likes. That's, that makes, I mean, you can look it up right now. It's like pin post is super rough, ROTHSCHILD. And it's just, I don't know why it worked that way, but, um, right, no. Exactly. And I'm sure I did get that. But just kind of like making you aware that there's just kind of, I mean, I'm sure you know, like random tsunamis and like lights that like things that can come in, but they don't do anything. It's not like anything happens. But I do get that sometimes. Whereas randomly, I have a couple other videos that just have way more likes than I would have expected. And it's like my average likes are like 2,000, 200, 200, whatever. Because I put out so much content that it's not always interesting. Um, I created a bot that would just upload this for Instagram. Oh, well, we should talk about that. But basically, I made a bot that automatically uploads every item I like on Instagram. So I've just got this huge timeline on Instagram that isn't always that interesting. It's just like my life. It would just be like this conversation. Might not be that interesting to people, but to other people it might be. And I got two. Sometimes I get some good results out of that. Do you ever sell on Instagram? If you ever okay, I gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so TikTok's where it's at. Well, I mean, I think you're right. right? They're more about advertising than generating money. All right.
I guess I'm kind of trying to get
Right. All right. Well, you basically have the tools that you need to be able to be successful. So what do? Right here, you go to your computer, you download OBS Studio, TikTok Studio, and Snapchat camera. And
wait, what's that? OBS?
yeah, so OBS Studio is the thing that lets you make scenes. So what do I mean by that? Um, it allows you to put like pictures on your screen or put the link at the bottom. Like you can type text on it. It basically allows you to have multiple cameras. It just, it basically is the thing that makes your stream have any kind of additional content. So if you just did Snapchat camera, that's fine, but you're just going to see you as an animal or whatever. That's cool, but you won't be able to necessarily see your the picture that you want as a format. If you want to do that, you do it with OBS Studio. And if, so you buy those, they're free. You utilize those three, and once you do so, you should have the ability to be able to live stream on TikTok and on using TikTok Studio, and that's going to be a game changer for you. Also, your connectivity is better on TikTok Studio, I would say, than on a phone. Like, I mean, I'm sure you're aware, apps crash, and that means your body. You know what I mean? Maybe it's never happened to you, but the TikTok app sometimes closes, and it can hinder your life. So your computer is generally more stable, and that's going to mean that you're going to have more people watching. I mean, have you ever had it where the app crashed on you? Okay. I mean, you're using an iOS device, so it's much smoother. But Android, it'll crash on you. Right. Right.
Would it be able to give a video and a script and it would go on?
Yeah. Now you're talking about creating a character. And yeah, you can have it do that. Where it just, I think that's the way to do it. Like, if you want to basically have the best bang for your buck in terms of your time, which is valuable, then you just create a character and like an animation, and you just do 1 hour of recording or so, whatever. It doesn't even have to be that long. It can be 5 minutes, but generally, people are going to detect that it's repeating itself. But after an hour, exactly, and then you just have it read your script and do some movements. Yeah, exactly. And you can do that in a few different ways. You can even just record yourself using Spotify on the Snapchat camera, and then you just play that as like a pre-recorded video, or you could have it do it live. I think it's probably best though to just do pre-recorded videos because that way you're not going to have any kind of issues with the app. Like you don't want to have to, run into issues where the app can crash or it has a delay or anything like that. So basically, and that's why I was saying earlier, you should just take copyrights for your selling thing already on YouTube and then just put your product in front of it and just play that.
course what I take.
Oh, easy. So you just go to YouTube and type um, like TikTok pre-roll, TikTok pre-roll, hot grill, and like TikTok feel like now you want to find the right one that's like selling. So girls selling, hot girls selling, and like they have pictures of these girls who are just selling products. With just different products in front of it. You can even just screen, like go to one that's like I'm going to TikTok right now and find somebody who is selling something. TikTok, and you just need like five minutes of good content. Like even 20 would probably be ideal, but like you were saying, 20 or 30 minutes, but nobody stays on that long. All right, so then um, I go to actually I just have to go to live. So I go to live right now. Okay, so I'm on the live. So like here's a girl selling something. She has really attractive hands. She's showing like some kind of gem. That's fine. I don't necessarily think you did that. But okay, this girl's selling wigs, so that's cool. Um, Now I know you're like, well, how do I do my before and after, or whatever? This guy's selling shoes, so basically you just screen record like, what would it? Okay, this girl's selling. That's not okay. This person's selling like jewelry. So like what's something that you sell? A before and after skin product, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, she doesn't have to be talking about the skin product 24/7. She could be talking about something else. You find a girl, like this girl is doing her hair. All right, so let's see. So this girl's doing, okay, so that's what you want to do. This girl is selling some kind of fashion stuff, but you can put your link there for her skin for before and after. She's a pretty girl. People are going to be like, oh, she uses the skin thing, when she doesn't even have to talk about it necessarily. And
Yeah, I always know what must be still.
exactly. You just okay. So what would you do? You like here's a girl. She's attractive. She's selling something right now. You screen record her for 20 minutes. Now she's selling something else, which is fine. But you put your link there, and people are going to think she's selling whatever your link is. They're going to be attracted to her, and they're going to be like, oh. And especially if you can put a before and after, so they know like not only is this a product that works, but you have a pretty girl selling whatever she's selling. They're not going to be necessarily paying attention to it. That's a that's I think could be really good. Or or it could just be like you just take this girl. She's like playing music. She's DJ. She's attractive. You do a screen record of her, and then you put the link in there, and you test it and see if it works. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But basically, you just screen record other people's content, and then you just play this pre-roll, and then you just have it on an infinite loop.
Yeah, I just think that that would be nice. Because I could think of like talk about the problem.
That's true. I'm not even, um, you know, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna try both of them. Because the deal on the girls, man, they just get so many different classes. so much shit what they are.
100%.
Shit.
Like even you could do like you said earlier, create, which is really creating an organization. Create AI animation. All right, I know you can do this. Okay, animator, make animated videos with AI pictures. So you go there, it's an app that you can download, and it creates super powerful characters. That's exactly what you need. Thousands of unique video templates, animator, and they're attractive animation. They're 2D, they're 3D, they can do text animation. So that's a cool thing that you can do with OBS Studio that you can't do with just TikTok. And the thing is, you want to make your TikTok like better than everybody else. Is you can use like animation and things. What OBS Studio allows you to do is create a canvas of whatever you want. Um, Using TikTok Studio, it's going to be limited because it's just going to be the camera. You can't like put moving text wherever you want because it doesn't have those kind of capabilities. But you can with OBS, and then what you do is you use if you this is somewhat complicated, but if you need just come here and I can walk you through it. Once you do it, once you have it. But basically, what you do is you use OBS Studio, OBS camera in TikTok, and so whatever you're showing in OBS, it will show on TikTok, and that's where you can have your little animation. You can have like moving text in the background. You can have your link. You can put your link wherever you want. You can put multiple links. You can say like buy now or whatever, running out, only 35 left. Like, have you ever tried that? That's a cool idea. Like, you know how they do on QVC or the Home Shopping Network? They have like only 35 left. It creates a sense of urgency.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's part of it. Have that. I've seen people have that before. It's really good.
Okay. Well, something that you might never try.
Still have some to go. Shit, they work good.
Absolutely.
I don't know how you do it. I don't think you do all this stuff. It's crazy.
I've tried just about every way to try to combine it. So I know all of the insides and outs. I know all the back doors.
Yeah, no, I think that insane.
Well, try it out. Come back, let me know how it works, and we can improve on it, okay?
Yeah, like for sure. Wait, so we're good outside too? Still
Yes. No. I go outside. I've done IRL streaming as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in downtown LA. I've streamed in Disneyland. But those are expensive.
so
As best I can. I don't say I have the world's longest stream. I have more data than any person, which can be more important. So, like basically, if anything, I always have my cameras going as best I can, and I would say that you can watch me. I'm like, yeah, I'm always like now. It's like I used to have like 4 data lines that I would use, but those get capped off. Like no matter how much live stream you're doing outside, like eventually you're gonna need some kind of cap with your cellular data provider or your ISP. I just find it much more efficient to stream because because I have so many screens going simultaneously that it, it like connectivity is really important to me. Especially like there are so many variables that happen when you do IRL streaming. You've got you've got to have power banks because your battery's going to run down really quickly when you're doing that. Especially for as long as I do it. Like that's the thing. I don't do just like a 10-minute live stream. That to me, it's cool for some people, but really, I want to do like 3, 4, 5 hours. And so I need power banks. I need light. I need that means that I got a car and insurance and gas and all that other stuff. And that's a pretty cool. And so to me, it's just easier and more efficient for me to just have my 33 different devices on me simultaneously. And then, if somebody puts my Discord and I'm doing an IRL stream, I can't interact. I don't even know that they're here. So then they just are like, oh, so he's not even live or he's not even in here. So it's easier for me to make this a central hub. But yeah, I do live streaming and we go outside at least once a day just to touch grass and go to the mailbox or perhaps go to walk or just even take out trash and stuff. But for the most part, this is what I do because I find the most amount of successes. Like if I'm doing an IRL stream and you come in here, I'm not going to be able to be in a Discord and live on YouTube and live on Twitch, live on Twitter, and all those other things simultaneously. I'm only really able to do generally one platform that way. But yeah, I have more IRL streams than most people have normal streams. I've got a lot of content on that. Yeah, I probably would do more IRL streaming if I found it to be like how do I say people went crazy over it. But I get the same amount of views IRL as I get as a desktop streamer. Yeah, I mean, it's just how like the algorithm sort of plays you. Uh, where IRL streaming gets a lot of, I would say, um, bang for your buck is when people do clips of you, because those are the most exciting ones. And when you're doing whatever content you have, what you might. What'd you say?
The clips get the most exposure.
Yeah, exactly. So I have a lot of clips of mine that are IRL, but I feel like then I have to play it to the audience. I like to just do what I want to do, and so I'll go shopping or I'll go just like walking and do talking to the camera or whatever. But I don't want to have to like, hey, like I'm gonna go try to pick up this chick just for views or whatever. Like, and that's the thing too. Get people who are in your chat who want you to do things. Hey, jump in front of a car. No, I'm not jumping in front of a car while I live stream. It's not practical. It can get you hurt. Or you get people who say like, um, "Do you like steal something?" Like, that's against my moral compass. It's against a lot of things in my religion. Like that's not something that I do. Um, I and like basically you have to type to people simultaneously if you want to keep views. That's another thing. When you're doing IRL streaming, you have to communicate with people. And I find it to be very it's good, but it's a lot. And really a thing that hurts me, I think, more than anything. I have a whole hard time seeing the screen when I'm outside because of glare. I don't know if you're like aware, but if you use a phone outside and it's really bright out, it's super hard to see what's going on the screen. And some of the things that frustrate me most, welcome, Miss Aquarius. Are you ready for me? You fell. What happened? Nothing broken? That's, yeah, exactly. Excellent. Well, Tony, Tanya, I know. All right. Uh, excellent. I'm playing a game with Mr. Aquarius every night. So we're going to do this. You do what you need to do. Come back when you've got more results, okay?
But
Excellent. She said hello. No. You can stay as long as you want. I just didn't want you to I want you to know I'd be talking to you. No apologies. I did make it sound like that, but no, that's not what I meant. You stay as long as you want. In fact, if you want, you can play a game with us. We play a game on Play-Doh. It's an app. If you want to download it, we can play it. Absolutely, you stay as long as you want. No, you're absolutely right. And this is crazy, right? Um, yeah, so let's introduce you to. We have Miss Aquarius, a friend of mine who I met on Discord. She just saw me, well, like you on that, if I recall. She saw me in a different Discord. She saw me in a socialized Discord and saw I was live all the time. And came in and was like, hey, what's your deal? Like, I live stream my live 24/7, etc. And then we became friends. And for the last couple months or so, every night, we've been playing a series of games. We like to play bowling. And then, Tony Montana, I met him within the last week or so. He saw me in the Aiden Ross stream, and, or Discord, I should say, live streaming my life. And he was like, hey, what's your deal? I see you live all the time. Do you talk to people, etc., etc.? And that's how we became friends. Miss Aquarius is a she is one of the nicest people you ever meet, and Tony Montana, also a nice person, is a kind of like a TikTok guru. Miss Aquarius, do you do TikTok? Look at you, nice try. Well, my man, thank you. Okay, yeah, so Tony Montana, how did that affect you with the TikTok shutdown recently? Okay. Do you have a backup? Let's say, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Did you ever try Red Bell? All right. Right. I was going to say, if you downloaded, even tried to use Red Note, it's not that easy. It's like all in Chinese. Yeah. What do you think is going to buy TikTok? I've heard Amazon. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good point. Like, well, yeah. What else could do? I would imagine. I would imagine. Yeah, but I would imagine they force you to use Amazon products. But that's going to be. But since you do affiliate marketing, you would just have Amazon store for I think it probably, depending on how much they pay you, it could be very beneficial to you. But
So many times.
yeah, that would be really cool. I mean, you could do whatever you want. Where do you get your Go ahead.
Which is really different fun.
Yeah, like where do you get the links? Like how do people connect with you to sell it themselves? For you to sell their stuff.
So yeah, something like describe their goals, the goals of the video program, and you can choose any product and sell it on this page. There's like thousands.
Okay.
And yeah, just like go ahead and hit up the seller and buy stuff to sample. So if you're gonna make videos of it, they'll send you your sample. Or you can just buy the product and start making videos on it.
Okay. And then,
It's a gift. It's not like you have to request
get
access
clients
to
and
sell
stuff.
the product.
I gotcha. Do you ever have connections or like discussions with the sellers?
I mean, yeah, like once you start getting sales, then you can the seller to make a commission on it. Or like get some retainer or something. If you don't make money well.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, sometimes it's worth my own, but that's it. Technically, but
I,
there's still like
thank you, Mr. All right. I got you, Mr. Aquarius. You and I win. I win, you win. Absolutely. I hope you feel better, and I hope you feel well. Excellent. Tony, do you have intentions to are you able to choose products that have higher commissions?
yeah, of course. So out of the supplements, vitamins, like the fiber products, house products, and yeah, you can sell it like a non-vitamin, like you put green for your skin or something. There's really products you can choose different types of conditions depending on the brand.
All right. So then, have you ever used Fiverr or I mean, you probably haven't, but but with what you're saying, they have super high gross on Fiverr who,
Yeah, we can make like UGC using it.
yeah, exactly.
It's just very, it's like price.
I mean, it starts at 5%.
With most of these deliveries, most of them are all the time videos, so they're gonna want like they're gonna want like a couple hundred or something for one video.
Yeah,
Like a design for one video.
yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, especially for like a 20-minute video.
Yeah, so but is of course like that's what I guess other than use influencers and influencers able to other countries
Right.
to do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, like Venezuela, countries like Venezuela, Philippines, Colombia, different types of countries like that.
I just don't know if it's going to sell as well as a Native American or a not Native American, but like someone either British
With that,
or American.
the Spanish market is pretty well TikTok. It's a big demographic.
Yeah,
You can enjoy it.
yeah, I get that. Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, but I can understand this now that you're going to have to cut. Yeah, they're not necessarily going to do it at super cheap price. Okay. Um, what about this? Now, this is we're just brainstorming here. You take an AI voice of a British woman and just have it. You can make it have
Lip
lip sync. Did you say?
yeah, another two.
No. Basically, you just have that. You just have that as your sound. So like if I go to TikTok right now, I don't necessarily have to see. Let's see, the people. A lot of times it's just their voices. So what I'm saying is like you have an attractive sound, an attractive voice. I'm opening it up right now. So I'm definitely attractive. Not attractive. So wait, this woman's on camera. Okay, so here's one. Like this person. So how could you do it? Okay, perfect. You have someone who just has an attractive hand or whatever. Basically, do so you don't have to show their mouth. You just take this person and then do it.
That's what I'm doing. Right. That's exactly what we're doing.
Okay,
Just take the video of the set, just let it run it of either building, pick someone else to get in, and then I'll grab a sound and I'll apply it, and put that as the sound for the video.
okay. So the thought would be you take your script and run it through an AI voice so that it sounds like a woman or whatever you think it's going to sound. It could sound like a celebrity, and then you just have that person sell your product. So like the same thing.
Yeah, that's
So like the same, like the guy came in here with Jacob ROTHSCHILD. You just use the same, not that voice that he made up, but you take like a upbeat, cheery voice, generally probably female, and you just have that as your overlay. So it looks like somebody just sitting there talking about it with their hands or whatever.
sure.
Right. Now another thought too is, I mean, you basically just need a good 20-minute video that you can just have on. Oh, hold on a second. That's against the TikTok trend to have pre-recorded pre-recorded content. But if you do it for long enough, nobody's going to know the difference. So the thought is you have okay, so you have like somebody their own video that they have, just somebody whose hand is on the product or whatever. You mute the sound for that. You play your with like the person reading it with like a celebrity or whatever, and then you cut to a video of the woman, so they think it's the woman whose hands it is, and she could just be talking about the people in the audience. Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, that's a really funny comment, but just generic things, and then you cut back to the product. So like you only have to show her on camera for like 20 seconds, and that way, no one's going to know the difference. I think it would be good. You'll find something that works better than anything else. And then you just right. I would try some kind of um, when I test it. I would try something like I would try a chick in a bikini who's just so it looks like she's. How, you could even sync it with her mouth. Basically, if she's like far enough away, you wouldn't be able to tell. Um, but basically, what I'm trying to say is like Utilize sex as much as you can because sex sells.
That's bad. She was just so confused. It's just a girl. Just like eating breakfast in the kitchen. She really did it like she was putting her she's so confused. And she's holding like a couple of dollars or something like that.
Right. Now, that's a thought. Do you ever buy viewers?
What?
So, like, people want to watch videos that they think are popular. So, you would just buy viewers so that people think it's like a really exciting live.
That's another thing. Like, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, that's a
So
big.
true.
That's what those girls are doing. They don't really have 5,000 people watching them. What they do is they buy 4,500 viewers, and then they have 500 reels. They buy comments as well. Wait, they buy comments as well. They buy comments as well. So what they do is they just have people who create emojis, so it makes the chat look like it's fun, and then you get a real 200 people in there who are commenting on you, and it looks like it's all 5,000 are commenting, but it's not. So that's a thought you could have as well. Basically, okay, so you have your live, you have let's say 1,000 people watch it simultaneously, 1,000 bots. You buy 100 comment bots that will comment once or twice a minute, just like "oh, it's so cool" or "you're so pretty" or whatever, "cool product," whatever. You can tell them whatever you want them to do, and then sometimes they just do emojis, just like flame emojis. I mean, just to give you an idea of how common this is, um, on Kick, like that's just one reference. The highest people on Kick right now who are some of them sell stuff. Um, they like Aiden Ross right now. He's that's how you found him.
Yeah.
Okay, Aiden Ross right now has 57.4 thousand people watching him. Do you know how many real viewers he has?
Uh,
Yes. So I just said yes. 57.3 thousand. So 57.4 right now. He has 57.4K. Okay, low. Yeah. Oh yeah, this tells you everything. It's called botted.wtf. Keep guessing. 50,000 lower, lower. Dude, this website tells you everybody. This website tells you everybody. Lower, lower, lower. Doug, I'm telling you, I have the guy. I have Ethan Ross's botted guy, the guy who Agent Base the bot him. I know this is what he does. And this website gives me the exact statistics. You can look at it for yourself. It's botted, B-O-T-T. Yeah, exactly. Yes, he's botting comments. I know. I'm telling you. It tells you. This guy will tell me you can buy the emojis and everything. Everything that these people do is buy it. Keep going. You guessed 1,000 lower, lower, lower. He has 57 people watching. He has 3% engagement. Exactly. He has. It tells you this website tells you it has their chat, so you can see it live. It tells you their engagement. He has 3% engagement. He has comments per minute. It has unique chatters. So 1,232 of his uh, 6,688 people are just emojis. So people who just make that chat go really quickly. It just post emojis. Exactly. Go to botted.wtf and you can see all these people are botted. And everybody. And I even have the guys because I'm live in Aiden Ross's Discord all the time. And all these other people, they know who I am. The people who that buy the bot. The guy comes in here, the guy who bots Neon and Aiden Ross and all these guys, and he tries like we become friends. He comes in here and gambles actually, and we just comment on his gambling. But basically, what it is there's a price. So he quoted me for 1,000 people to watch you 20, because I wanted 24-hour people, which is like really expensive because these servers have to be going all the time. It's about $5,000. But I've even seen videos where Fusi, who's a streamer on Kick, calls this guy who comes in here, the body guy, and just turns it up to whatever he wants. 5,000 people watching you, 50,000 people. Yeah, you know it. Yeah, exactly. It's a weird thing to put. So, are you on botted.wtf?
Yeah.
So you can see, like, it is on a phone. It is on a phone. It's terrible on a phone. If you want, let's see here. It's terrible on a phone. It used to be better, but they redid it. Okay, so go to. Do you know how to request the desktop site? Let's see if it's in the better. Do you have the ability to?
For Aiden Ross, it says 57 viewers, 3% engagement. Then Ian, 4%. That's another active challenge.
But those are all fake. How do you have 1,900 active chatters and 57 people watching?
But then it says suspicious. Why does it say 50? Like it says suspicious and it's like someone should be Aiden Ross, 57. And then you click on Aiden Ross, and that's 57.
Yeah, so that means it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Jack Doherty was the same way. Neon's the same way. Lucy's the same way. Amaranth is probably the biggest person in Lucy. Okay, so do you see where it says recommended? It's easy. Okay, that's fine. On the left hand side, you're going to see recommended right above suspicious. So the and it has Kit, Twitch, Party. Okay, so you go to, it looks like recommended right now. Holy Phoenix has 677 people watching them, and we'll get their statistics in a second. They have 677 viewers, 10% engagement. They have nobody pays attention to these rooms. That's all bottom. I know it's a wake up call. Like you need to tell me everybody, like Mr. Beast and I Show Speed and all these people really only have like 100 people watching And it makes sense. Why is it that Aiden Ross has 57,000 people watching him simultaneously, and the next closest person has like 1,000 people watching him simultaneously? You mean to tell me he's that big of a draw, and then when he goes offline, everybody just leaves? Nobody that doesn't disrupt amongst the community? Action Man's like this. I mean, if you go, he's got an exposed page, and I know it's not that easy to read, but he basically like has people who he they expose for bodies. Now, the question exists: why does Kick allow this for numbers? Kick is a growing platform, and I've heard Eddie Craven. He and I are friends on Discord. Like, I could send him a message right now. Um, he has said in his weekly um, discussions that we know that people are botting. It's a constant issue in the streaming world. Everyone on YouTube is botting. Everyone on Twitch is botting, and it's just a competition to get higher and higher in the current stream. We don't pay on people who bot themselves. So basically, we just pay on what you're going to be seeing on botting.wtf. That's not what it says, but basically it says that if they don't have unique IP addresses or unique devices, we don't pay them. So basically, Aiden Ross, where he streams right now, is going to be paid for 57 views.
All the shows dashboard shows me
Yeah, that could be ridiculous. He also owns, as I understand, 20% of it.
hey bro, he's not gonna make the money. Like he's not gonna put this music video tonight. He's gonna work with this man.
He's a big name.
Exactly.
Well, I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm not saying he doesn't bring in anybody. The proof is in the pudding. It shows he has 58 viewers right now. Let's test it. I'm going to go to his stream right now and see if the number goes to 59. Right. So he's got some kind of thing that it just multiplies his real viewers by 1,000. So I just joined right now. Like, look at all of the emojis that he has. Even people are saying in the comments, so fake. I mean, look at all the reason why his chat goes so quickly is because this person posts this emoji of this Turkish guy who's like got a mustache. You know, like it's a square. They just keep posting that. Okay, here's another person. Called out. They're just. And it makes sense that there's 57 people in here. If it, like, have you ever seen, do you know what Phil Tony is?
Switch devices.
You're good. Have you ever seen Phil Tony?
Who's that?
It's the largest live podcast in the world. It's the number 2 podcast in the world on YouTube after Joe Rogan. It's a stand-up comedy show that airs live from Austin, Texas, in front of a live audience every Monday. It has been for, it's been a podcast for their chat, there aren't emojis because they get banned for spamming emojis. It's just text, and it's just real people's comments, and it moves as quickly. So you can tell that Aiden just wants the same type of quick moving chat because people think that you're viral that way. Look, I'm not making up the numbers. This is what God is saying. They're yeah. So they have some kind of thing when Kick launched their API, they allowed somehow to be able to track this information, and they launched their API a few months ago.
I think it's a let's see, you get the full pandemic stuff.
Yeah,
She said she has 1.9, and then when I click on her, it says she has 1. So
I think that's probably accurate. Nobody watches this. It's boring as fuck.
same thing with this other person, Ali Bo, it says 1.9.
Right. I'm in agreement with that. Okay, if we go to Ali Boulder right now, or Demi Sucks, I'm looking at her chat. It's an emoji. It's still the same emoji. It's not moving very quickly. Okay, another emoji. Another emoji. Another emoji. Okay, so somebody just wrote something real. Let's take him to fake. Emoji, emojis. Dude, this goes body. It's obvious. And I can tell you, look, the guy who Aiden calls and Juicy calls and Demi Sucks calls and Amaranth calls comes in here and tells me all those people.
So that's Facebook
100%. Except for the people who are able to recommend it. It was a shock to me as well. And it made me realize, like, oh, no wonder nobody's watching my shit because I don't bot. And I bought it at one time. I even paid real people from India to chat with me for 30 days. I mean, like, I've tried it. I've tried botting, and it's just really expensive to do. So when you look at TikTok and those people, they're doing the same shit. Like, oh, they know. They know. Anybody who sees that their friends have tens of thousands of people and they're not that popular in real life has questions. How were they able to do this? I even see people who ask for like presents for like their birthday and stuff of just followers. Like that's the gift that their parents gifted them. It's just like 10,000 followers. But so what does this mean? Is buying that rampant? Absolutely. Joe Rogan talks about it all the time. That it should be an illegal practice, but it's not. No, it's not. All you do is just you have to show your ID in order to create your account.
Yeah, do you think that's ever going to happen?
Yeah, I do. I think we'll probably have one in the next 5 years. The reason why they didn't do it earlier is because they wanted to be able to control everybody. But now that we're all controlled and we only have a few outlets in which to use, now they force you to put your ID on, and that way you can't create all these botted accounts. I mean, you see, I'm taking advantage of the system better than anybody creating these accounts, getting my name out there, just making sure people know what I'm doing. It is a wake up call though, when you're like, all your favorite streamers are botted. Look, I can tell you this: Aiden Ross is always, whenever he streams, is between 50 and 60,000 viewers, except when he has Drake on or Donald Trump.
So the rest of the next day, he's going to do
Oh, for sure. And if you're like, well, how's he so popular? He has a lot of money, so he can just buy all the viewers that he wants.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, I mean, I created a clip bot. I created a clip bot for all these people, and it's very easy. All you do is have it clip people's streams, and then I would put my Discord link in there. And I get people who come into this Discord who saw this years ago, and they're like, "Yeah, I didn't know you were such a big fan of, I don't know, some Polish streamer." I'll be like, "Who?" And they'll be like, "Well, I saw that you made a clip of them, and there was this link in there, and I clicked it, and here I am." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that was just a clip bot that I created." Yeah, they're really easy to make. They're one of the easiest kinds of bots to make. So basically, what it does, it's very easy to automate. You just have it create an account, which is really easy to do on Kick because they don't require captcha. But it's also very easy to do on Twitch, and then it just goes from person to person. Welcome, Ransom. It goes from person to person. It creates a clip of them, and the issue is you can't create more than one clip every 30 seconds. But that's okay. It takes about 30 seconds to go in and be able to create a clip in itself and put your text in there. And then what you do is uh, you just some people have a setting, at least on Twitch they do, where you can't click their stuff because so many people do this. But on Kick, I don't believe that feature exists right now. So you just create clips. And then I would do it just for free advertising for myself. So basically, you would look at Aiden Ross's stream. You'd look at his clips, and they would all say, "Join Rabbi's Discord, discord.me/Rabbi." And he'd have 60 of them.
It's pretty good, smart.
Yeah. And I still get people, the randomest ways of people to come in here. And that would be the way they would do it. Welcome, Rachel. How you doing, Pink? I'm excellent, baby. Hey, you wanted an idea? Or we were talking about it for some kind of, well, you sent me that thing about that guy to get, if he had gotten 1 penny or whatever for the Windows XP background, um, which I thought 1 cent was overpriced, and then which it is, they would have just found somebody else. Um, yeah, Tony, your phone has some bad feedback. Tony, do you have my other account? You did the one with Joe Rogan on it. Use that one. Okay. All right. So you're basically getting feedback. Um, oh, okay. So there are some things that you can do if you want to limit it. You go into the Discord settings and turn on noise cancellation. And by the way, Tony, the only time you get this is when you're on the device you're currently on. When we were talking earlier, you were on that other device and it was fine. Okay. Take your time. All right, Riser. You had mentioned um, about a fidget spinner. So it's just an oversaturated market. It peaked in probably right. All right. Isn't that like a small machine shop? No, isn't that a machine shop? You go to settings, sounds, and then turn them on. Yeah, there is. It's in notifications. Yeah, just turn off the messaging. That one bothers me too. So you're basically talking about creating a small machine shop, right? Okay, so you would just do the um, designing in North America? No, just just describe them to me. I mean, let's just, no, this idea sucks. I'm just getting ready to shoot them. Here's what stinks about this industry. Let's say you have the best idea for one, whatever it is. It spins, and it spins for hours. Somebody knocks it off, and they do whatever you're for which you're selling it. They sell it for 1 cent more, or 1 cent less. Yeah, but even in China, there are competitors. My friend used to do this. Basically, everything that you see in like the Walgreens or CVS or Rite Aid or whatever you have is created in like this one area of China, Guangzhou. It's like this mega city, and they have this one huge factory that does most of it. So all this little plastic and metal creation is done with yeah, like everything that you see in a CVS or like in an airport, um, like or like a 7-Eleven, all that's made in this one area of China. Now they have competitors, but generally, because it's the cheapest to do it with. So you go in there and they'll create the mold for you, they'll create the packaging for you, everything that you want, and they do it cheaper than anyone. Did they? Did anybody buy it? Right. What you're really going for is right, right. So I mean, slime has had like I don't know. When I was a kid, they had something. Well, like my parents' generation, they had Play-Doh, and I'm sure they had stuff before then. But then they had, at least with my generation, they had something called GAK, GAK, which was really popular. And they had something called Floam, FLOAM. GAK was like a slime that was great, but what happens is hair gets in it and dust and dirt and stuff, and you can't use it indefinitely. And then you just have to throw it out. Floam was like GAK, it was like a slime, except it was a foam that you could move around. Okay, so that's all great. Even if you make the best one of those in the world, the best one, and nobody knocks you off, what's your price point? How much are you going to sell it for? Okay, but what I'm trying to say is, you know how children are. They're going to play with it for 10 minutes, and then they're not going to play with it anymore. It's not something that's going to keep them excited repeatedly. Now, you may get some repeat buyers, but generally, like in my case, I got a Floam and I got a GAP, or I had a friend who got one, and we played with it for like 10 minutes, and then it was like, oh, like you kind of wanted to eat it. I think it was, biodegradable and everything, um, not toxic, but like they came in different colors. Then they had one that glowed in the dark. I mean, that was it. Like, and it, and the reason why it was so popular is because Nickelodeon used to slime people on their show, like it's called Double Dare, and then so you thought you got like some of the slime that they got in the show. The real slime that they made was made out of like cornstarch, water, and dye. Um, the slime era was has come and gone. Now it could have a resurgence. Okay, so do you really want to know a good idea that I have?
I do, but
Let's continue. Okay, okay, excellent, absolutely. It's relate. It's related. It's related. Okay, so that kid on Shark Tank, I think I saw that one as well. And the reason why he's going to make some money is because he's a kid. It's a kid product, and he got an investment. But
a little like more
okay, so it has different smells, which has some attractiveness to it. It's like the candy jelly bean. What did they do that the regular jelly bean didn't have? It had a lot more flavors than the normal amount of jelly beans. Okay, than your normal amount of jelly beans. Jelly beans, I think, have like maybe 8, 10 flavors. Jelly Belly comes out with hundreds. All right, great. So you've got slime, and I think that there's something to this where you have it smell like in unique times, but that means you need more. It's more manufacturing. It's more fragrances. I'm not saying it's not possible, but dude, stop, 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 stop. This is already a product. It was on Shark Tank. Absolutely, yeah. They smell like popcorn and beer, and I think it's called the Manly. But there are a bunch of knockoffs of it. It did very well. Um, okay, yeah, it's called Manly Indulgence. The original Man Candle, Man Cave Scent. So, original Man Candle. Yeah, this is the one. They have fart smell. Oh, that's how it started, was the fart smell. And it did really well. And so then they opened it up to Beach Babe. They have Bacon, New Car, Freedom, Golf Course. It was on Shark Tank. It even says on their website, as seen on Shark Tank. I get what you're saying. So why wouldn't you buy the Bacon Man Candle and have it going all the time? Absolutely. I mean, then you're going with the Yankee Candle Company or some other candle. You know how many Etsy stores just make unique candle smells? No, it's a disadvantage. That's why they have Yankee Candle Company stores, so you can smell it in your life. But you don't know what the Yankee Candle is? They're like in every mall in America. You go in and they have all kinds of different candles. It's the biggest candle company in the United States. There's a guy who made $1 billion just off the candles. He has a huge house, I think, in Connecticut, and it was recently on Twitter or something like that. But anyway, the Yankee Candle Company is the largest candle company, I believe, in the world. But they're like they have all kinds of jars that you buy that smell like sagewood, and vanilla is their big one, and cookies and cream. And they have every flavor that you'd ever want, whatever, every scent that you'd ever want. Now, this, this was on. This is a big thing. This is bigger than you, but it's smell-o-vision. SMELL-O-VISION. It's a real thing that people have been experimenting with. So basically, it's the idea that you could smell something through a screen. And the way that it's done is like these little, like this was actually on it was on uh, Shark Tank years ago. It was like season 1 or 2, and nobody bought it. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't a good product. It was too early. But basically, smell-o-vision is going to be a game changer, like television, where you can smell stuff. So how's it work? Basically, you have a little device that emits smells that are set electronically to whatever's being shown on television or on the internet or whatever. So what does that mean? You're watching someone barbecue, or like you're watching a cooking show. You can smell whatever it is that they're cooking, and this little device emits it. Now, what is it emitting? It has little inserts that you put in there that basically can change smells based on what is. Yeah, great analogy. Yeah. Um, why isn't it popular? It just is a difficult thing to do accurately, and there isn't a huge market for it yet, but there will be in the future. 100%. Now they've done this in trials. Absolutely. They've, they've done this in trial runs in movie theaters with limited success. So what do they do? In Tomorrowland? Okay. Okay. So you've experienced television, and that's the future, and it'll be integrated into Netflix. No, it will be. It will be. it will be eventually. Everything will be integrated. So you'll have smell-o-vision, you'll also have taste-o-vision. Basically, you're able to eat a product that tastes like whatever you are watching. Now, what is this for everybody? Not necessarily. But when there are companies that are trying to make people buy more and more things, this is an option. And when it gets really accurate, it will be extremely successful. So what does this mean? What would it be? Let's taste it. It's essentially like an easy bake oven that creates whatever's being made on television, and you're able to eat it. And it depends on the consistency, but generally, as I've seen, to make it as easy as possible, it's like in a pill. So basically, you're watching a cooking show and they're making barbecue or whatever. The barbecue is really messy and stuff, and you can't just, import meat into a machine. But you could have little capsules that integrate different flavors in it. Just like you said, like printer ink, some of them run lower than others depending on what you're using. And then you eat that pill, and then you can basically have an interactive experience. And then utilize the smell-o-vision is really very popular, especially when food companies in particular, recognize the influence that smell has. People don't know this, but just in advertising, smell is the number one sense that is linked to memory. That's a huge opportunity for marketing. It is. That's correct. But it's not necessarily. I mean, I can think like when I smell certain women's perfumes, I can link that to different women within my family, just because it's reminds me. I can even do that with different clones. I know, but well, I don't really wear cologne, but like I should say, like I smell it around me, and like I can tell you, like certain smells were really popular when I was a younger person. Like the one that I'm thinking, it's not really a cologne, but you know what Axe body spray is? It is exactly. So it's not really a cologne, but it'd be something that I like a deodorant that I would wear. Um, and it just had like a time, like it's kind of gone by the wayside. But it would be very popular. And if I ever smell that, it just makes me think immediately of sweaty adolescent men because that's who we smell. Or if I smell, so there's just things that I smell that immediately make me think of certain events or like memories, and that's very important, especially in terms of selling products to people. So, with that said, smell-o-vision is going to be really good at taste-o-vision, and this was something that was always pondered in the past. It's just how do you deliver it? When it is, it's just like you said, it's like a little printer with printing cartridges. It's a little machine. There was a guy on Shark Tank who brought on smell-o-vision. This is the first time we've seen it. We've seen this going back to the 1950s, but nobody's been able to really um, emulate a good version of it or recreate a good version of it. But it will be, and there'll be some company that comes out with it, and then it'll start to catch on. And imagine, it'd be really cool if you were watching a cooking show and it smelled like barbecue or whatever you're watching. That's going to stimulate hunger. It's going to make people want to buy more and eat more food. That's an incredible way to sell products.
Cartridges.
Precisely. So you can make any smell. Yeah, they're like the primary taste. There's like nagi, sweet, sour, savory, and salty. That's right. Oh, it's like a savory taste. I always mess that up with that. Like a mushroom. So that's what all right. Umami is umami is savory. So it's like yeah. Isn't that interesting that like none of those taste the same? So with what I'm in agreement with you. It's difficult. I just kind of think of them as savory foods, like almost salty. I know that's what I said almost. Like that's the best way I can describe it. But like, um, it's difficult to describe. It's interesting that we don't really talk about it that much. I don't know why they don't just call it savory, by the way. But um, what is a savory to me? Just reminds me of like meat, but I can see on soy sauces and that. The weird one to me is tomato. Yeah, exactly. That's how I think of it. Right, which is different than salty. So yeah, so the wheel, what are they? Yeah, this isn't that good. This isn't that good because there are so many other kinds of smells. That Dog, that's just one guy's opinion. According to, okay, I am, and I get the LA Times. It says there are 10 different kinds. There's fragrant, woody, minty, sweet, chemical, popcorn, lemon, fruity, non-citrus, and pungent. Oh, and decayed, which makes more sense to me. That yeah, but it includes butter, molasses, and fried chicken. I get what you're saying. They just kind of make like almost like a cooking smell. The best way to describe it is popcorn. I'm just in agreement with you. I looked at like popcorn that doesn't really make sense. But okay, I guess it does if you include butter, molasses, fried chicken. All right. So what do? You get 10 of these little cartridges: fragrant, woody, minty, sweet, chemical, popcorn, lemon, fruity, pungent. Four, within your four, whatever they're called, floral and all that, where are you going to get decay? It's in none of those. It's its own thing. Where are you going to get chemical? Like kerosene and ammonia. No, you don't. That's another thing. That's known as a Santa Claus machine. Well, we could talk about that. A machine that has every element, or generally every element in it, including it's like a 3D printer for anything. It's known as a replicator, also known as a Santa Claus machine. It's one of my favorite things about which to discuss. So, what does it do? Yeah, I mean that's what 3D printers are basically. It's just 3D printers. But with, exactly, exactly, exactly. But yeah, I mean, obviously everybody would be super excited. I mean, that's just like a lab grown diamond. No, Santa Claus machine uses like every element in the periodic table of elements to make whatever you want. So it could make a car, it could make a cell phone, so long as it has so long as it has the necessary elements, it'll make whatever you want. A lab grown diamond is only for hardware. Exactly. In a machine. That's right. Guangzhou, in fact, it's a mega city. It's arguably the largest city in the world because it has a bunch of sub cities around it. It's giant. It's in southern China. It depends. Americanized, it's like Ghangzhou. And like, Does it have to have a top that is wider than the base? I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. So that that baller is fuck. Yep. I see it. I see it. It's baller as fuck. Yeah, I see it. Okay. Have I ever seen one of those? Yeah, in the Southwest, like in desert areas. Just place it like a giant. Just place the rock on top of it, but it's generally from erosion, right? Right. Nooksha? Are you sure that it is not the Inuit people? It's called an Inukshuk, dude. And of course I know what an Inukshuk is. Yeah, it's an Inukshuk. You were saying Inukshuk. Okay. Okay, I hear what you're saying. I thought you were saying a Nukshuk. Inukshuk. Yeah, I've seen these. Yeah. All right, are you ready for my $1 billion idea? I mean, I, I, yeah, that's not a bad one. That wasn't my idea. All right, you know how people are obsessed with ASMR? Oh, yeah. So basically, it's an ASMR software where you can create anything that you want. So you can have rainbow backgrounds, and you can have different kinds of music that you want to play, and you can have basically a virtual person doing whatever you want, kissing the microphone or all the stuff that they do. But basically, it's like a choose your own adventure for any kind of ASMR that you want. Absolutely, 100%. You could. You could have it being built. I like. I liked it. In fact, I loved it. Yeah, definitely. Like basically, yeah, it does. So basically, you would type in a prompt, like you would have, like take Stonehenge, and you have Stonehenge. You know how it's like in a circle. You could have those things like falling over and just continuously falling over and just mesmerizing people with rainbow backgrounds or starry sky backgrounds or zooming backgrounds. It's basically like you know, like take any kind of YouTube video that you've seen that's like 12-hour to mesmerize people. You take that and then you just add ASMR features to it, and you sell it like Spotify. You could even integrate Spotify or Pandora in it, where people could play their music if you wanted. Um, just have that integration. So basically, these are just what are known as basically back in the day visualizations, but you create that ASMR sense to it. So if you want, you could have a heartbeat playing over it. You could have, uh, a beach visualization. You could have a like it's audio and video. So basically, you could just um, yeah, no, video is a key component of it. No, ASMR can be visual as well. Because let's make sure ASMR is I do with people. Yeah, autonomous sensory meridian response. The tingling sensation that usually begins on the scalp and moves down the back of the neck and upper spine. So you definitely can do this with videos. So like I'm gonna give you exactly. So it basically exists on YouTube right now in some ways. There are people who listen to like 432 hertz sound with like really serene backgrounds and they fall asleep. Basically, you would do that or just be able to monetize it. So how much is it? No, this is the best. This is the best idea that you're going to hear. It can't be. Doug, we've already had this discussion. Oh, excellent. I was like, was that with you? Um, that's a very good idea too, and I think that it could be very fun. Yeah, I mean, you could literally have that going at the same time. It's basically an AI generator that allows you to create ASMR content, but you could choose whatever sound you want. So you'd be like Mickey Mouse reading Glitterotica while uh, having a scene of a serene beach, and then it just plays that. Exactly. What are your thoughts? Yeah. Oh, no. No, I definitely will. People that come in here and ask me all the time, "Do you have any good ideas?" And um, that's that's a $1 billion idea. No, 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 no. I didn't use ChatGPT. I didn't use it. What's your question? Yeah. No, I don't like them, honestly. Well, if I wanted to search then it's too much like a search engine. And I understand why they do it because they're starting to want to get into that search engine. Um, didn't we talk about this? How the EU is, yeah, limiting what Google can do. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Yeah, I think it just probably searches multiple platforms or search engines just for proprietary reasons. Yeah, exactly. Wait, yes. It, it essentially takes like okay, so great point. Before Spotify, you could listen to all those songs on YouTube anyway. But it was a pain in the ass because you had to click on every single one, and it wasn't necessarily creating playlists for you, and it didn't give you visualizations like you know that you wanted. So basically, this just makes it easier. So what do I mean? Instead of going in and finding 432 hertz sound on a beat, which somebody has made, I could just take 432 hertz and put it on a beach or on the moon or in space or in a mall or in a factory, wherever I want, whatever I want the background, and it just will play it. Exactly. Not saying zero. Exactly. And that would be really tight. And I'm telling you, that's $1 billion idea, and I'm gonna. I mean, people are already hearing that I'm using it, but if anything, in the future, I'm gonna make a lot of money on it, and I won't even care. I'll donate it all to charities because I won't need the money. But yeah, I mean, I, we'll donate it to Smell-O-Vision and Taste-O-Vision research. No, are you sure that's not you? Yo, big dog. Sounds like a you problem, baby. How did you pick? Are you proud? Yeah, dog. But yeah, that ASMR software is gonna. It could generate it, so it's just basically visualizations that it would be generating. Oh no, that's the easy part. Can you bear with me 2 minutes? I think so. Thank you. Here's Joe Rogan.
But it's also like one of the things that the Vatican owns is a gay nightclub in building. Yeah, it's like not even gay sex club. I know it's really about yeah, from the prayer center or feet hungry people or something. Feeding some hungry butts. Yeah, it's just crazy how these people in power before the internet, they were just doing stuff. They had complete control of the media, and they were just doing whatever they wanted to do. Everything was in secret. They just, fucking meetings like skull and bone types meetings where you all wear cloaks and shit, go to Bohemian Grove, all that. That shouldn't happen. I think the Bohemian Grove is very toned down now. I think they use it now for meetings and stuff. Thanks, Alex. People get together. Yeah, Alex and John Watson fucked it up for everybody. But I know.
Yep. The computing issues would likely arise from the visualization part. Sound is easy to do. Okay. you raise a really great point, and I guess people are doing it more with voices, but I imagine sound will be other sounds will be more common in the future. But it's just so easy to get that kind of sound too. Like I wanted to say, I used to just have the sound of like it was like white noise, but like a space capsule. And I used to just play that 24/7, and um, I would just go to YouTube and get something that sounded like that. It worked really well. Now I get what you're saying. Not using a video, creating that organic. Nobody's, very few people want that right now because it's just easier to just go and get a video that already sounds like that which you want. Where people are using this is with AI voices, and those are very popular applications that you can use today. That can sound like anything that you want, anyone you want, I should say. So I that's correct. Okay, I've used others. Like I made a whole video that just used like a Brooklyn accent that I wanted to do, a Brooklyn woman's accent, and um, actually it was Mike Myers. I told you about this. Mike Myers from Saturday Night Live, and it worked. Mike Myers, the guy who was Austin Powers. So he used to do this impression of his mother-in-law, and it was a phenomenon. It was called Coffee Talk on um, Saturday Night Live. They did like 40 episodes on him or something, and I wanted that voice, and so and I can do it, but I sound like a man. I couldn't sound like a woman, and he could do it that he sounded like a female. So I just took a sample of his voice from those Saturday Night Lives, 30 seconds, and ran it into this program, and it generated a minute worth of content for me. And then I had to do Fran Drescher and Maggie McClellan as well, like who's Janice from Friends. Yeah, that's amazing. Here, I'll play it for you. Just hold on. I mean, there's one word. I had to do a little bit of editing, but not really. There's one word. Instead of saying rabbi, he says rabbi. And aside from that, it's like he keeps saying rabbi, rabbi, rabbi. Yeah, I was just having to do three B's or something like that. Um, yeah, but you're exactly right. All right, so let me get to it. I would play it on my phone, but for some reason, it's like oh, I can do it with this device. And it was so good. It was, it's so good. And it talks all about it. All right, here we go. Yeah, just use, yeah, it's a website. Um, yeah, I'll find it in a second. Just a minute. Have you ever seen the show Friends? Okay, so there's a woman on it. The what? Yeah. Okay, here it is. What'd you say? Are you serious? Uh, like 3 months ago? Isn't the voice good? Little hiccups, yeah. But here's the thing too, Riser. I did not do too much editing to it. I was just like, you know what, I want to just get this out and have it just say this. I'm fine if it doesn't sound perfect because I'm a perfectionist on some things, especially with some video editing. And I will sit there and make sure the audio is absolutely perfect. I did it all on my phone, so I didn't even use a computer. Like just to give you an idea of what it was, just very quick. Um, I know I could have made it a lot better, but I just needed to get the point across. I didn't need to make it perfect. Okay, so you asked what software I use or what website. Now keep in mind that was um, that was a custom voice that I created. So basically, I went to YouTube and took 30 seconds of Mike Myers doing this impression, and then plugged that into this website. And so it'll do any voice for you. It doesn't have to be like they didn't have like Mike Myers coffee talk. I had to have that. Okay. Um, 11 Labs is not as beneficial. It's just like something website. Just remember. I use that for reviews. Those are all good if you want celebrity voices that are already pre-created. But if you want to do your own, um, yeah. So it's called Voice Pro. Voice Pro. And that made me feel really good that you said that was the best thing that you put me for promotion. Like that. Okay, it's UberDuck. UberDuck.ai. Now the issue with this is I just use the free version. I think it has like a minute. You can do up to like 30 seconds or up to a minute or something. Now that was a minute, but you could do like a minute per day or something for the free version. But yeah, it's a really simple website. You basically upload your voice to it or clone it from an audio file, and then it'll create whatever you want. And you give it your script. There are, but most of them are. Yeah, well, that's why I used UberDuck because it allowed you to do. Oh, I know what I did. You could just keep creating accounts, so you could do as many as you want. Yeah, I think it wasn't a minute; it was 1,000 words. I think that's what it You want me to describe it? It's really a visualizer.
I don't know why people say that.
Um, well, that's a good point. I would say the reason why I'm so focused on it being audio or video is because video is king. And anyone, well, it's both in the ASMR. Yeah, exactly. That's why when you mentioned the fidget spinner, that's when I said that's what led me down this road. Okay, and I think you could utilize the fidget spinner in it as well. But basically,
Like the video, they go from like I don't know if it's
exactly, exactly. Have you ever been to the Reddit subreddit oddly satisfying? Okay, so just it would just be stuff like that, like people painting a pickleball court, people like a machine filling jars of paint of different colors, um, people doing like really cool tricks on a skateboard, but like infinite loops of it, so it just really just going. Yeah, to some extent. And then on top of that, you add the auditory aspect of it. Yeah, it can be. Exactly. A clean beach can have ASMR elements to it. So just the the waves going back and forth is just very serene and very calming, and that might be a benefit. Um, the latter. So you just create your own. But basically, it would be based on what's popular on YouTube. Like you could, I mean, you don't need YouTube. You can literally, it's just you. You have a prompt. What kind of ASMR stimulation do you like to get? And it would be like I'm like 432 hertz sound flying through space. Enter, and it would just generate. You're flying through space, and it's a 432 hertz sound. And you could be like, no, I don't want the flying through space where I see planets. I only want to see stars. And then it would just show you the stars. And then you'd be like, yeah, but I don't want the stars to be white. I want them to be multicolored stars. And then it would just be multicolored stars. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So you type, in addition to having 432 hertz, every 3 minutes, I want you to have the sound of someone snoring for 10 seconds, or randomly placed, or for an entire hour, or 30 hours. I want you to have the sound in 8 hours. I want you to play horns because I have to awake to an alarm. I want you to have just remove all the sound. I just want you to play instrumental jazz, and it would just create all of these things. like they would to Spotify. Yeah. So you would just start it at like $4.99 a month or whatever, and you've got to think there's no, um, you don't have to buy any artist rights or anything because it's all AI created. Now, let's say somebody was like, I want to listen to Taylor Swift when I do it. That's fine. It has a Spotify plugin, and you put your Spotify information in it. But that's Spotify. That's not this. This is just visualizations and generic sounds. It doesn't now. I mean, it will create an entire symphony for you in 1 minute or in 1 second. So it'll be easy. And that's like no, no, exactly. I mean, just now the key. I mean, I've been able to sell this software because I have so much data that anything that I think is cool will be just the coolest thing on earth. So my endorsement will just put the seal of approval on it. But I want it to have a really good name. ASMR is too wordy. It's got to have a name like what would? No, they don't. Spotify doesn't have the word music in it. People recognize that. Dog, what's the name of those mesas with the rock on top? There you go. That's what it's called. Yes, it is. It is. Exactly. You described it perfectly. I'm in agreement with you. Yeah, it sounds like sounds like voodoo. So here's the thing. It rhymes. Convenient. It's like YouTube, but hoodoo. It sounds similar to that too. Exactly. Which was built off what was once known as the boob tube, which was a nickname for television. Yeah, boob tube. People used to say, instead of saying, hey, what are you watching on television? They'd say, hey, what's on the boob tube? It was popular from like 1960 to 1980, maybe even 1990. Probably not as early as 1960, but like 1980 to 1990 was very popular. Boob tube, urban dictionary. Yeah. So the boob tube was a 1975 parody of soap operas and TV commercials. It's slang for a television set. So that became popular, and then YouTube took that name, and then Google bought YouTube, and then we're going to have Voodoo. Exactly. The soapbox? Oh, the soapbox. So back in like the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, but even perhaps before them, that's when this term became popular. You would, if you wanted to get your opinion out, you would stand at a street corner, and in order to be a little bit higher so people could see you, you would stand on a soapbox, and that's where that phrase came from. So you'd be like, "I'm sorry to get off my soapbox right now," or whatever, but that would be like, I'm stepping down and no longer going to talk about this skin and such." No. There's soap opera. That's different. Soap opera came from, it was a play on the idea of many of the advertisers in the early days of what would be called dramatizations, like soap operas, as they're called now, would have advertisers because their audience was generally housewives or stay-at-home moms, so to speak, females, and they were the people who would make purchases in the house. Many of the advertisers were soap companies, so they called soap operas as a play on words. What, what is that? That's text to speech. Oh, yeah, basically like sound effects, like a soundboard. Voodoo. Even if somebody comes out with this product, just name it Voodoo, it's gonna beat them. It's like a brilliant name. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. You want custom. Right. it's like sound effects. Though it could be. Right. I'm in agreement with you. It sounds like they're just trying to market an AI voice cloner for ASMR purposes. So they call it an ASMR voice generator, but it's really just voice plugs that are used in ASMR videos or for ASMR purposes. Right. I mean, I guess it could if you had a voice that generated ASMR stimulation, and I guess that's an ASMR voice. But then isn't every voice an ASMR voice? Right. Like sound effects. I'm in agreement with you. That's generally how it's seen. But I guess it's anything that generates an ASMR response as an ASMR sound. And a voice could do that. No, not at all. You could do voices, but that would be separate. Yeah, unless you wanted somebody to do it for you or something like that, which this could do, which Voodoo could do. But generally, it's going to be sound that stimulate ASMR responses from people. And those are generally sound that get people to respond. So what would that be? What could that be? I mean, I think that like sound, like the sound of rain on a tin roof generates those kinds. So you just type in sound from a tin roof, outside window, rain. And it would just create that kind of picture for you, a visualization for you. So it would just sound like sound of rain on a roof, and you like you were looking out of a window. But then you could change it to be like sound of waves on a beach with the beach scene, and then it would just take you there, change it to that. And all of this is really royalty free. So it's not like you have to pay somebody for their license of a beach or anything like that. It would literally be generated for you. And you could make it, I want it to be an anime beach, and it would make it an anime beach. Or you could make it, I want it to be photorealistic, and it would do that. I want it to be this certain beach from Google Maps. Okay, and it could do that for you. All of this is royalty free essentially. Well, yeah, and that's what you're paying. So that's why it's different than just YouTube or Google Images or something, because you're actually doing AI generation of all of this. And it needs to learn from somewhere. So it's learning, its data set is YouTube and Google Maps and such. And then it could have curate things for you, things that you didn't even know you liked in the ASMR world, like um like rainbow colors. Yeah, exactly. Like a Spotify playlist, you have an ASMR playlist. Ex- yes, and that's where you would connect it to Pandora or Spotify or whatever. Totally doable. Absolutely, it just needs a plug in to Spotify. The name, the name sells it. Hoodoo sells it. I mean, that's a winning name. Uh, how do you market it? You just would have to. You would just have some people to know that it exists. So I would just use it, and people would see what I would do. But also, you just have um, other influencers use it. Exactly. Absolutely. Basically, you just do oddly satisfying on Reddit. Like, have you been, go on Reddit right now, go to oddly satisfying. I'll do it with you. It's hard for oddly satisfying. Now, you could also do oddly erotic. That's another good one. So I'm seeing this kid stacking cups, which is just oddly satisfying to some people. Dude, it's giant. Oddly satisfying is one of the biggest, biggest. Exactly. So a lot of people would get satisfaction out of this. Maybe they don't want some fat kid with a ceiling fan in the background. They just want it to be done like um, digitally. Absolutely. It just you could say I want him to have a beach background. Right. Now where I really think it would be big is go to oddly erotic because this triggers. All right, so like there are some things that wouldn't work, but like go to equipment for aerial artist fitness training. If you just see this one person just being like tossed around, you see this, it's like the third thing down. Yeah. So it's like a person, yeah, not everybody's just perverted. But or they just don't know that it's available. You do it, who knows? Don't judge a book by its cover. Look at this like woman. Yeah. So there are people who would just be mesmerized for hours, just watching a hot chick be in this kind of contraption and playing different sounds and just be very erotic. I'm trying to see other things. Okay, here, go to here's one. No, that's not sexual. Absolutely not. Go to mid-air fueling. It's like the four more down. Yeah, yeah. So people would just find that to be extremely calming and erotic and satisfying. Um, so just like that's not even a really good. Um, like these are just some. These this like if I wanted better stuff. Um, exactly. Okay, so if we go to there, that could work. Um, So the best ones, go to Infinite Loop. Now you're going to be like, this only has 40 members. That's fine. Actually, no, don't do that. I mean, that's not what I'm talking about. That's okay. If you go to, are you on your phone? Okay, so you're on your computer. Okay. Infinite Loop. Uh, okay. Okay. Just instead of that, type in better every loop. Reddit/better every loop. Yeah. So this isn't perfect. Is it like some guy in like a circus? So you would see how this would just mesmerize people for hours. Okay. So like the next one with the horses, it says "I'm so pretty." Just horses just running past the screen would make people excited. Um, these are still not exactly what I want. Um, so ideally, let me just see visualizations. No, that's more data visualization. Um, okay, let's see. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff. Right. Exactly. Exactly. Um, so those are usually known as infinite loops, but okay. Infinite loop communities. Okay, here's one. Go to here it is. Living backgrounds. Reddit living backgrounds. That kind of shit is what I really think of when I think of the visualization. Okay, so go to r/living backgrounds. Do you see, like the first, you don't have to put the first thing says 4K abstract relaxing fluid motion. Go down a little more, go to Starburst, living background. It's the reason why I say that. It's just called, yeah, the reason why I say that is just you don't have to hit play. But what I really like is abstract paint. I think that shit's cool as fuck. Okay, go down two more. It says brings 4K living background. I mean, can't you see how people would just watch this for indefinite amounts of time? Exactly. People love that shit. That's why the lava lamp became popular. And Hoodoo is, oh dude, Hoodoo also sounds like Hulu. And Hoodoo is gonna have all that shit in it. It, it could, but it's really the rhyme that does it to people. Cocksock would work. Right? But the YouTube became popular because BoobTube. The reason why BoobTube worked is because it rhymed. Precisely, yes. No, I just want you to go to those visualizations. Once you saw the visualizations, you could see that you understand what I'm referencing, right? Like just these like liminal space kind of ideas that it's just it could be in another world, it could be in another universe, another dimension, whatever. I just drank some coffee.
I know a bunch of people did. Kid Rock died. Told me why.
There's a theater.
Oh yeah.
The theater is amazing. Yeah.
What's happening?
They invite entertainers and different people
Oh, so
to like
makes sense.
well, they figure out who and select for the band.
I got it right.
But it's
I'm not gonna go. No fucking way. No fucking way. I remember what Nixon said about it. Yeah, well, fabulously, I remember saying guys all got together and no one's around.
I was talking about the Nixon. What's the Jackie Gleason story?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a lot. It's my favorite of all the UFO stories. It's my favorite. It's awesome. But Nixon and Jackie were buddies. If you're buddies with a guy who likes to drink, the two of you are playing golf and drinking.
yeah. That's what I would do if I was the president.
That's why I love Jackie Gleason better. Right. You win, fund your campaign. Right? You show me some shit.
Yeah, right. Play around golf. You think what? You open your mouth.
I think voodoo it markets itself. Like basically, if you like ASMR, you'll love voodoo. Voodoo.
It's funny how
That is serendipitous. Yes. And that's it. It's just like, and you summarized it perfectly. I like it because it rhymes, but it's the meaning of it that, yeah, right. And you know those hoodoos, the ones in the geological formation, it leaves you in awe. Like, how did that happen? And then on top, right? And, you you said something else. Oh, or well, and then there's the like beauty of the rock, like the layers of the rock. That's like it's perfect. It tells a story, and it makes you think about like all of the history that occurred to make that formation. Then it's the awe of how could this stay. There's that too. That's a great point. Now you named something else that could be another kind of software. So I've got Voodoo, but Inkwit, what'd you call it? A Nookshook. That's something else. So we have to come up with whatever that is. But I don't think you call it a Nookshook. You just call it Nookshook. No, 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 don't do that. Just Nookshook. It's better. What is a Nookshook? Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. So imagine you have Voodoo, which is the ASMR software that you can use on your phone, you can use on your computer, you can use on your television. It's just like Spotify. Okay, a Nookshook is a device that connects to your Voodoo that provides ASMR stimulation to your hands. So what could that be? Um, I'm thinking of it being like a Bluetooth device that might run on Wi-Fi in the future, where it can morph into anything that you want. Like it could be okay. So I'm not talking like shapeshifter thing, but it could be. I guess it would be the brand. It'd be Milkshook, and then like let's say you wanted to be a fidget spinner. There could be a fidget spinner version of that where it makes all kinds of lights and colors and could vibrate to the different sounds that you're seeing on your television or your phone or whatever. But really, what I'm thinking is close. Yeah, close. Okay, but where have I seen this? Oh, I know, or felt something like this. Do you know what Stretch Armstrong is? Okay, so Stretch Armstrong was a toy in the 1970s and had a resurgence in the 1990s. Okay, just look up Stretch Armstrong toy. You can stretch his arms, and it had this like gel inside of it that could make it like it could just be anything that you wanted. So imagine like this thing that you can pull on and it would work. Yeah, like Gumby. There you go. There you go. Like Gumby, like that, like a rubbery like substance. So that's a nook shook. But nook shook is a nook shook's the brand. So nook shook, if you would have like the nook shook Gumby, the nook shook spinner. Exactly. Exactly. So it's exactly that's what I'm saying. It's the brand. So you have the Nook Shook spinner, which is like a fidget spinner that connects to the app and like goes with the sound of the, the sound. Right. But imagine the okay. Imagine the Nook Shook Gumby. I think that's a great name for it. I don't know. It's probably trademark thing. It yeah. It probably would be. So you just call it everything rhymes with this. Nook shook gum tongue. Or whatever. Nook shook, nook shook, nook shook gum bun. Nook shook gum sum. Whatever. Just have it everything rhyme. Exactly. There's only two types of humor that are more powerful than rhyming that I've found. Yeah, that's correct. But the highest kind is non-verbal, like mime, is like the highest. Because it appeals to the most amount of people. And the simple one of this is just falling down. Falling down, you can show falling down to a baby and they think it's funny. You can show falling down to someone in China and they think it's funny. You show falling down to someone in Argentina, they think it's funny. It's just, it appeals to the most amount of people. Does that make sense? Well, there's that, but it is, meaning, like, imagine you have a sitcom, and I don't care what the sitcom is. Yeah. Um, I think if you look at the amount of laughs that you would get, like in a sitcom, imagine a sitcom. You could have a rhyme that would be cool. You could have alliteration that would be a little less cool. You could have a really good pun, which is really good. Or you could have somebody who does slapstick falling down, That the moment when they do the falling down, it will have the loudest laugh. Same in theater.
I feel like
I'm not talking props though. I'm talking simply human, physical. Yeah, those are funny. Yeah, those are funny. But I'm saying you don't even need props. But wait, I'm in agreement. I'm, I'm in agreement with you though. Props are an important element to humor and are very much underrated and not seen as uh, important in with comedians, but they're very much underappreciated. So, like the guy, did you? I'm sure you didn't, but did you watch Kill Tony this last week? Okay, the guest was Carrot Top. Have you ever seen Carrot Tops? Do you know who Carrot Top is? He's had some movies, but he's a comedian. He's had a show in Las Vegas for 30 straight years, which is really difficult to do. And what this show is he's a prop comic. And one reason why he's been so successful is because it's easy for him to just have props that people think are funny. What's difficult for him to do, and why prop comics generally and comedy did not get a lot of love, is because it's seen as hokey. It's seen as corny. A lot of the things that they have to do, it's just sometimes they're not that creative. And then on top of that, they have to carry around like a suitcase full of props. So a lot of times people just think that it's not a very creative art, but in fact, prop comics are something. Yeah, no, well, okay. Do you know who the prop comic was? Gallagher? Yeah, I mean he tells jokes, but like then he goes he's got like a not a suitcase, but like uh, a like armoire thing that's full of his props. Exactly. Yeah. Um, Basically like a big piece of luggage. Okay, so did you ever see? He's died, but the comedian Gallagher, he used to get like no one. No, haircut didn't die. So he's 60 years old, which in my head he's always going to be like in his 20s. But no, Gallagher died. So Gallagher was a comedian, and his big thing that he would do is he would have the front row of his shows have plastic over them, and then he would break watermelons. Have you ever seen this guy? He would smash watermelons with a mallet, and people used to go crazy over it. And it would make a huge mess, but people really liked to be in the front row because it was a performative art that actually touched them. Like they'd get shit on them, if that makes sense. They'd have to wear like ponchos. 100% correct. 100% correct. Yeah, with the nunchuck, it could be. It could be. Okay, so how would you make ASMR humorous? I mean, just using the using the voodoo, you would just say, please create a scene for me of a very serene background at 432 hertz, but at random intervals, integrate comedic ASMR. And like, what would that be? Oh wait, that's different. But it could. So you would have your nook tuck or your nook. It's physical and visual. Hold on. Hold on. Um, that's that's what I'm sure you probably heard this. That's what's known as haptic feedback. So you know those suits that people wear in video games? Yeah, it could. It could make it feel like there's water on you with like temperature. No, it could make it feel like that. Though. It could stimulate your sensory system to think that it's water. Now, a better way to probably do that is using like a brain computer interface to trick the brain into thinking that it's wet when nothing's touching it. That's true. Well, the first brain computer interface has already taken place, and actually the first three. His name's Noah. The first one's Noah Astro. It does, yeah. It uses Bluetooth. I mean, yeah, he's able to. The guy Noah Astro, he's able to use a mouse cursor using his brain. But the key point that they wanted it, for which they wanted it, is to be able to send Bluetooth signal between the end of his spine that works and then jump the gap where his spine is broken and into the bottom part of his body so that he's able to move his legs. It's both. Yeah, that's why they put the brain computer interface. He isn't able to move his legs yet, but they're working. It's not that so much because in that scenario, you're using wires that are continuous. This would more be like having a road that gets detached, and then instead of me completing the road, the people just go through a portal from one end of the road, and then it automatically brings them to the other end. That's another kind of project that is being worked on. But this one in particular is to send a signal from one end of the spine that works to another part of the spine that doesn't, and continuously send a signal. So it's like, how could we think of this in telephone computers? It would be like normally you have a telephone wire that works on a cable, but if you split that cable, instead of reattaching it, which is what you're talking about with stem cells and all that, that's something they're working on as well. Instead of doing that, you just send the message wirelessly from one end of the cable to the other detached end of the cable, basically mimicking a completed circuit. Exactly. Dude, yes, it is. Right, and I've always been very skeptical. They talked about it was the reason why they named it that was a Norwegian, or like, a Nordic king, but there's no evidence that this king ever existed. Um, Another one that's like this that was chosen because of this, Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi doesn't stand for anything. It's a play on words of lo-fi and hi-fi, which were a type of music and a type of audio, but they needed a catch. It's I mean, you can consider it that. That's kind of like what a backronym is, but no, it's just it was something that rhymed that would catch on with the public, so they called it Wi-Fi. I believe it means I believe it means fidelity. Yeah. So hi-fi means high fidelity. It's an electronic system for reproducing high fidelity sound for radio or recordings. So they needed a name that was catchy, but Wi-Fi doesn't stand for it. actually, high five was around before the high five. The high five has only been something that's been around since like the 1970s. Now, at least giving it a name. That's that's been that's been around for about. It didn't have a name. The high five is a hand gesture where two people simultaneously wave one hand. Um, yeah, I found this to be very interesting origin. Hold on. The, the use of the phrase as a noun has been part of the Oxford English Dictionary since 1980 and a verb since 1981. Wouldn't you think that this was around a long time before that? Okay, I would. But at least as a name. The high five originated from the low five, which has been part of African American culture since the 1920s. The exact transition from a low five to a high is unknown, though many theories exist about its inception. So basically, like, it only, the whole, like, slap me some skin or give me some skin with five hasn't been a, maybe people have been doing it for thousands of years, which I'm sure to some extent, but it didn't happen. Exactly. And so when you look at sports people, they weren't doing this before the 1970s. So, like, you watch, like, Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig and Mickey Mantle, they didn't high five. They would shake each other's hands. October 2nd, 1977. October 2nd, 1977 is considered like the first most public one. It happened in a major league game. Yeah. It was between Dusty Baker and Glenn Burke at the Dodger Stadium, the last day of Major League Baseball season. He was in the sixth inning. Baker hit a home run off Houston Astros pitcher J.R. Richard. It was Baker's 30th home run of the season, making the Dodgers the first team ever to have four hitters with at least 30 home runs in a single season. As journalist John Mualia tells the story, it was a wild, triumphant, momentous moment and a good omen for the Dodgers' headed team pride. Burke waved on deck, thrust his hand enthusiastically over his head to greet his friend at the plate. Baker, not knowing what to do, smacked it. His hand was up in the air and he was arching way back, says Baker. So I reached up and I hit his hand. It seemed like the thing to do. But isn't that weird that, like, it's so ingrained in us, the high five, but it's only been around for, like, popularly 50 years? Like, the idea is that your grandparents didn't high five. They would shake each other's hands. No, now that's even more modern. That came about in like the 90s. The fist bump was September of 1990. It was in Australia. I mean, I know as a kid, we never fist bumped. I never saw it until the late 90s. It was like the first time. Even later. It wasn't even. And then there's something that I saw during the pandemic because you couldn't shake hands and you couldn't fist bump. It was like this thing that originated. It's like where you slap your forearms together, and that came from Mark McGuire and Jose Canseco. They were known as the Bash Brothers, and whenever they hit a home run, they would do that. My cousin, he didn't invent this. It's not me, but it was this thing that I remember doing with him. Um, okay, so can you see me? Okay, so imagine you're going for a high five. You purposefully miss on the high five, and you slap hands on the bottom. Right. Um, the elbow one, I think, probably came about during the pandemic. Nobody did that before. Nobody does it now. It's just like temporary. Um, yeah. I think the forearms together will become more popular in the future because people are they just have been since the pandemic aren't so comfortable with the handshake or even the fist bump. They don't like to touch each other basically, but the forearm allows for. Yeah, that's a that's a that's a Europe that's a European thing, but it's not. It's like a continental European thing. I guess it's done in Britain as well, but that is not normal behavior in the United States. Even the hug, as a greeting in the United States, was not a thing until like the months, or zero zero. Unless it was your family. It has it has two names. It has two names. People call it the aughts, AUGHTS, and it's also called the knots, NOGHTS. I like to call it the knots because it's like I like to call them like the naughty audience. Um, but because that's like basically when I was a teenager. So yeah, so it would be like after 9/11, you know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That people don't want to call them the zeros because it doesn't make sense. Like you would call it the 10, and that's we're in the 20s now. So you call them the aughts or the knots, and I like knots. I think because the term zero has a negative connotation. No, I mean when you call someone zero, that's a negative. That don't hang out with them. There's shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Dusty Baker. Yeah. I think it could be. He was a manager as well for the Anaheim Angels. Um, he's a good manager. He used to always have a toothpick. That's how I would have found. Um, look, I don't know. I just know. I Now that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Um, yeah, exactly. Yeah, but okay. So imagine this. Imagine this. Okay, so the I think the original intent of the toothpick was to clean your teeth. But we have floss and flossers that do that now much more efficiently than like a piece of wood. But imagine a toothpick like shape, but made out of whatever they make candy canes out of, like peppermint. Exactly. But just with a hold on, but with a not a sharp end. So just a dull end. It's made out of candy canes. It would be like a mint, but like some people chew mint, some people swallow mint. There's another thing you can talk about in those terms. But basically, if you wanted that toothpick look, but it had a purpose, it would smell good, you pick toothpicks. You, you pick you pick toothpicks. And since like um, candy canes have mint, mint had its own spot. So it'd be like mint or spearmint. Here's the issue that we're gonna encounter is what happens if you swallow it. And I think that it's going to be soft enough that it doesn't scatter, but still smell good in your mouth, and you can play around with it in your mouth like a toothpick. But if it like got shoved in your mouth, dog, I bet you it kills people every year. It could like, I'm not saying a lot, but I'm thinking about children who put things in their mouth that can be sharp. Right. Or, or exactly, or side to side. And like, I agree with you. Like a like an alligator. That scares me as well. So you would think that a toothpick is not going to break, but a U-pick toothpick would break. It would just break like a candy cane. Uh, like the little flags. Yeah, but think about this. Oh yeah, good point. Those hurt a lot of people every year, like in club sandwiches and stuff. You absolutely could, and you just like you were saying, right? All of that. Basically, they make the little swords that it's all plastic or wood that can hurt people, and it hurts people every year. So we need to replace those with whatever they make candy canes out of, but they don't have to be flavored necessarily if they're going to go in a club sandwich or whatever. They could just go. They're just they're basically edible. Perfect. There you go. Or just no flavor. You don't want it to affect the flavor of the food. So there are multiple kinds. There's time that you could use in like a drink for like cherries or martini for like a lemon wedge or lemon uh, twist, or you could have, but those still can hurt you. So you have to, whatever they make pecans out of, with just no flavor. Basically, what we're talking about is just edible toothpaste. Well, there are two kinds. There's flavorless that you use in other foods to keep it together or decoration or whatever. And then there's the flavored kind that you use as an after like a breath freshener. Yes. So like let's say you bite into a sandwich, you know the ones with the little flag on them or whatever. Like if one of those that can hurt you. If the you pick toothpick, it's just gonna break, and it's not gonna affect the food. In fact, you could just have it so you just don't even have to pull it out. You just keep it in there, and it would just be like a little crunchy part, but it would have no taste. This is a brilliant idea. And aside from being a brilliant idea, I love brilliant ideas, but I love safety more than just about anything. So this is a very safe idea. And there are people who hurt themselves on this kind of stuff. I bet you, we're gonna look it up. How many people choke on, dog? How many people choke on like toothpicks a year at the emergency room? Not at the emergency, they're sent to. A dangerously tasty treat. The hot dog is a choking. Oh, that's different. I think hot dogs. We can talk about that. So, according to the Consumer Products Study from 1984, approximately 8,176 people suffer toothpick-related injuries severe enough to send them to emergency rooms each year. Now, that's 1984. I don't think toothpicks are as popular nowadays, but nevertheless, that's like 10,000 people a year. That's a lot, and I want to help you. Yeah, 8,176. Well, that was hold on. That was in 1984, and that's just in the United States. Probably globally, it's way over 10,000. Yeah, going to the emergency room. So if you're just looking at toothpick injuries per year, it's probably 100,000. Yeah. Welcome. How are you, Sharon Ron? How you living, Pip? Like a G. How'd you find out about me, Sharon Ron? No way, I'm on 4chan? Yeah, I don't know what 4chan is. But that could be. I've tried so hard to go viral on 4chan. No, I don't ever go on there. I've been on there a grand total, and I'm on the internet 24 hours a day. On I I don't um, I don't like the format, but really I've been on there a grand total of like less than 10,000. And one of dude, same here, dude. We are brothers in that. I I'm in agreement with you, and we need to. There needs to be like a what do I want to call it? Like a library of all of them in the world, because they could be like trash. No, they're not. They have a bunch of them in the middle of the desert that nobody knows about, or nobody has named. Like they need to be named and numbered. Oh yeah, those are the best kind. Those are the best kind. That's just you just need AI robots, that little blog that's gonna like take over the world. And just send them out into the desert and do Google views of the whole desert. I've talked about this before, and I've heard Google is doing this. And then also we need to be able to map the seafloor. So basically, in the future, you should be able to take Google Street View anywhere in the world, just not streets. You know what is a really good product? Perfect. So, okay, that they could just be drones. They don't even have to be on the ground. They could just be drones. No, you don't even need that. Just have drones do this. And the way that I've seen drones can power themselves is on electrical lines. They just have to get close to the electrical line, and the electrical lines give off like electrical radiation, and they can charge themselves from it. That's an excellent point. So you could just have like little power stations in the middle of the desert where they can be charged. No, they don't even need to do that. We could just do this with helicopters really efficiently. Just basically Google Street View with helicopters. It wouldn't take that long. It would probably take a week to map out the whole western part of the United States. They just do grids back and forth. Yeah, so basically, no, I wouldn't be able to see it in 3 dimensions. Yeah, so within the rainforest, I would say drones would probably be better, and they could just be powered perhaps by solar. They just fly underneath the canopy, and then whenever they need to, just fly above the canopy to recharge. That could be too. I mean, once we have more efficient solar batteries, this really won't be an issue. And you only need to do it. And you only need to do this like once every few years just to get updates on it. It's not like it has to be done in weeks. So that would be ideal. Precisely. Precisely. Yeah. But you're the one who got into it. In fact, I think I would have it. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Right, but this would be anywhere in the world. Yeah. But it probably would be really wrong. So I'm sure it would be. 2/3 the whole game is that. Is 2/3 that. Um, no, but you could do the terrain, like basically in India. People, people kind of do that on Reddit. There's a subreddit that's known as "Where Was This Taken?" and it's just pictures of like, yeah, it's very cool. But it has to do with history as well. So basically, it'll be like people that like in an old picture of like with a Grand Canyon background from like the 1970s. And people would be like, "What? Where was this taken?" It was like an old family photo that they found, and then you get these yeah, these experts would be like, "Oh, that was from 1962 because that rock formation fell in the 1970s." Dude, Voodoo is fucking great. Oh, I know what I said. You know the name of what company I really like is Snoo. Do you know what Snoo is? Oh, dude, I don't have kids, but I'm all about this fucking shit. It's like a Snoo is a baby baby cradle that automatically rocks them. It's just called Snoop, SNOO. But you get all kinds of data when your child is asleep. I'm in the Snoop subreddit. I look at people's, I mean, I don't look at, but not their kids, but the data from their sleep patterns, because you can tell like babies who are like really comfortable versus babies who are like restless at night. But it's just like a little just look up what a Sears SFO. But it's just like a little automatic rocker for a baby. Here's the thing though, they're super expensive. They're like thousands of dollars to the point where parents don't even buy them. They just rent them. Or they'll give them to like other parents. They're very expensive. But their parents say they're worth every penny because they're baby, it allows the parent to get more sleep. But I love but I love that you could. You definitely could, but it would probably cost you more than the snoo. The snoo's like how much, $1,200 or something. Without you could. Yeah, but I mean all right, but I mean you don't know that it's but you don't know if it's made like with the right rocking for a baby. Like the snoo was I think it was founded by a doctor. That's true. That's true. But I mean imagine you're going okay, so there's $1,600. So imagine you have, I don't know, one kid at $600. But if you have 10 kids, that is $160 each. Can you really beat that in terms of price? It's an excellent point. It's actually one of dog. I am. I love that's, that's right. That's right. For the price of four coffees a day, for the price of four coffees a month, you can have your child be rocked into slumber. No, that's what it's like. These people are super into it. I mean, I'm into the data because they have this thing that it just like. I mean, sleep has always been fascinating to me. I've had sleep studies. I have sleep apnea. I have a CPAP machine. It runs in my family, and I feel like there's. I don't. I no, you're absolutely right. I can't. It's in a case over there. I cannot wear it at night without having severe. I don't wear it well. I don't. Which one I wear. I always end up subconsciously taking it off. So I almost like I can't keep it on. And there's a population. Yeah, exactly. Um, I feel I feel like I'm being suffocated. Yeah, yeah. You stop breathing. Um, and I yeah, not for you're just you're it's like because you're snoring. So yeah, you stop reading it during the night. And so I got this app on my phone. That was the other thing too. So I used to try to wear it, and I'd be with girls, and it was kind of this embarrassing, like, hey, I wouldn't want to wear it unless I was with a girl for a long time. Um, and then I started. No, it was just like it felt like a robot. Like hey, we're like trying to snuggle, and then I've got to wear this mask. It's a pain in the ass. So they make this. So Now that's something I like. Now, no, they had that for a long time. It's pretty close to it. It's well, really like a hammock, but they used to have something called a vibrating bed that would basically be like this. So anyway, yeah. So um, I used to wear my mask. I've had a few CPAP machines, and I had, went through like every kind of mask that you could wear. And the thing is, in the United States, you can't just go buy this machine. It's considered a medical device, so you have to get it prescribed. So I've been to the sleep studies. I've had multiple sleep studies done um, to get prescribed this. And when I wear it at night, I've done two at the clinic. So you just spend the night in a like a medical facility, and then they monitor. Oh, that's another thing. They put all these sensors on you, and yeah, yeah, and then they have like a microphone. I could not stand. I was up like most of the night with all the equipment on. You can't turn over. It's just very difficult. Anyway, so I would wear a sleep mask at the beginning, and I would find in the middle of the night, or in the morning, I would wake up and I wouldn't have it on. And it was just like in the middle of the night, subconsciously, I would just rip this thing off because it was scary. It was almost like I was scared subconsciously. So I haven't worn it, and humid water, like distilled water.
Like like people usually wear usually have to avoid kind of like but you remember you not really it's not it could be like crazy really good idea. Build that like all
I'd be done with that. They make bubbles for people, but that's a little. I don't know if it's for sleep apnea, but there's people who have like rare diseases and they need it to have them protected. But so I used to wear this mask, but then I heard about a device that they can implant in you that allows you to sleep without needing a mask. And so ever since I've heard of that, I just figured, when I make it, I'm just gonna get one of those because I cannot wear this fucking. I do not like it. I wear it on occasion, but every time I do, I can't wear it through the night. And then it just comes full of cords and tubes and shit, and I can't stand it. So I, uh, I just want the little device that within me that regulates my breathing. And then there are other issues. Like if you have a deviated septum, it can cause you to not be able to breathe as well. Anyway, sleep has always been something that well, here's the funny thing too. So I would wear this mask, and then I wouldn't sleep very well at night. And then it had an app connected to it that would tell you how you slept the next day. And it was an insult to me. I would awake to this notification as I'm like trying to like sleep, and it would be like, "You didn't sleep well last night." I'd be like, "No fucking shit, I didn't sleep well last night," and it would piss me off. Um, the company that makes it is called ResMed. There's a bunch of them, but that's the one that they're the big ones. Yeah, and they would basically remind you that you didn't sleep well. It's like that's not the kind of notification that I want. But it was cool. It would show you like a graph of how you slept throughout the night. So this new does the same thing. And I like to look at the parents who are really proud of their kids it's for like $8. And that's pretty good. And then there are other parents you can see like their kids up all the time. Um, and I find that interesting as well. So I don't know. I just like the name of the product as well. It was made by a pediatrician, I believe, and I think they marketed very well. So it's $1,800, 1,600 or something. And then on top of that, I think it's like $100 a month to get the data for your kid. But basically, it from what I hear from parents, it's a license. Like if they can afford it, they absolutely do. And they pass around these SNUs once their kids grow out of them, like they're golden. Because you've got to think you're a parent, you can only get so much sleep, and you're limited already for like $1,600, and the child will sleep. Exactly, and the SNU does that. So I'm the SNU salesman. Shout out to SNU, but shout out to the Taik. Exactly. Um, yeah, so I think the SNU is pretty baller. Anyway, why did we get on SNU? It had to do with naming conventions. Like Hulu, oh yeah, it's like Hulu, Hoodoo, SNU. That's what it is. Hoodoo, that's a winner. Now, Nup Tuck, or what is it? A Nup Tuck? Nutchuck? That one's a winner. No, no, no. Think about that one. We could save 10,000 people at least in the United States alone from injuries and like 8,000 hospital visits. And then on top of that, no, they wouldn't. They would not want to go out. No, they would not want to go out. The, the thing is, we have to price this thing at cheaper than what a toothpick is. Toothpicks are like dirt cheap. But yeah, but that's not what. Yeah, but that's not what But personal injury lawyers don't like it. They like it, which is probably one of the reasons. But just so imagine, I know I've said it, but just imagine whatever they make that candy, um, of candy. Well, here's the thing: you would sell it to restaurants. You would sell it to restaurants generally. But the key about it is that it would just need to break easily. So you could have it like perforated so that it would just automatically break in convenient spots. No, styrofoam is bad for the environment. So we'd stay with it. Okay, styrofoam though doesn't decompose very well. It breaks up into a million pieces, so we want to avoid that. It's literally just whatever they make candy canes out of, that type of convec- convection, and no taste. Does that make sense? And it's known as a Yupik toothpick. And you know what? Well, so here's the thing. When you buy the Yupik toothpick, all the proceeds go to the Yupik people. The Nook Tuk people, Nookshuk people, that goes to the Inuit people, and anybody else in that group. And but the you pick toothpick, you know how like people think of candy cane to be like a winter thing. I like it. I like it. All of these are great ideas, big dog. And you watch in the future, people will be like, Rabbi and Riser were talking about that 50 years ago, and they finally have toothpicks that don't have taste, that don't hurt people. 1,000%. What? Isn't that fascinating that the high five did not have a name until 1980? We're done. In 1977. Wouldn't that have been hilarious if actually the first home run that had a high five was actually not a good? Yeah, but you know what would happen is whoever discovered that would high five the person after. Who's your favorite stand-up comedian? Oh yeah, 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 I do. Is he really? Who's your favorite stand-up comedian with a special? That's okay. So talk to me about the ones that you like. No one. Yeah, but that's a Patreon show. How do you spell the last name? Okay, which one is Ron Punches? Which one of his specials is your favorite? Okay. Is it religion, sex, and a few things in between? Or live without fear? Is it live without fear? Is it Roy Scovel try stand up for the first time? Okay, cool. Who else do you know? TJ in the loop? Yeah, okay, I know this guy. He's from Silicon Valley, right? You a big fan? That's all. I never understand. Dude, we need to talk about the fighter and the kid. Do you know what I'm referencing? Yeah, we talked about it. Do you know what I'm referencing? Dude, yes, it's a Reddit forum. It's a podcast with the number one person who's ever been on Joe Rogan Experience. That's Brendan Shaw. And then number two, that's Ryan Callen. And these people on Reddit shit on these people so much. It is so funny. And there's a whole lingo to it. I got really into it the last week. I even watched Brendan Shaw's stand up. His stand up is the lowest ranked stand up in the history of IMDb. It's got a 1.7. His he only has two specials. One that was on Showtime that is the lowest one in global history on IMDb. It's a 1.7. And the second one is just went right to YouTube, and everybody just made fun of it. And it's terrible. It's not funny stand up. But the Reddit people, what's your idea, Big Dog? You're good people. Yeah, name that too. Name that too. No, I fucking know it. Name that too. It's the name of that genre of music. Yeah, but you gotta. The reason why that's difficult is because all of that is copyrighted music. Okay, here's one for you. I got a good one. You ready for this? It uses archive.org. It uses archive.org, the Wayback Machine, basically. Gives you a random web page. Hold on. Let me finish. You're over here jumping the gun. It gives you a website. I know you do. So it's like geofencing. You tell me the idea then. All right. I really think that this would be interesting. And there's enough data to be able to do it. You get a random web page, and you have to say what year, based on the design of the web page, it was created. It's a fun game. That could work too. That could work too. But okay, so then yeah, you only see the contents of the page, and then you get multiple choice to be able to say what the website is. Both are kind of cool ideas, and they're like geoguessr for the digital world. All right. What about Hoodoo's sick as fuck, man. That whatever. Exactly. That's different. But imagine sucking on a you pick toothpick while doing hoodoo, while watching and listening to hoodoo, while playing with your nupshot spinner. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's already been used for years in the sex, like the cambro industry, where basically you can make their toys vibrate if you give them money. Yeah, I mean, it's just haptic feedback because what you want, how good. That's what. Yo, dog, how much are haptic suits? The answer is like about $5,000. That's for 250 VR titles. No, apologies. Prices for haptic gloves are 50 to 100, 50 to 1,000. The haptic suit, AI is much more advanced. Sucks. It sucks. And the reason why it sucks is no one cool uses it. It's there are several issues. No, he's not cool. Anything he touches turns to shit. People don't like him, and I understand why. Because he's considered like this person who stole this technology and then just buys companies, doesn't come up with anything. He bought Instagram, he bought WhatsApp, he bought uh, whatever became the um, whatever Quest. Um, he bought all these companies. He doesn't innovate. Look, I have Oculus Quest. Okay, so I used one. I mean, I have one and used it, and it's really great. It's just I had to make adjustments to it to make it what I felt a usable product. So, like, what did I do? this is a big one. The power adapter, or like where the power goes in, they have a hardwired. I don't want to say it's hardwired, but it's like a normal USB cord that you have for like it's USB-C. It needs to have a magnetic attachment because the chances are you're moving your head around and stuff, and that little area becomes loose and it breaks. So I made mine with a magnetic detachment. So if I accidentally pulled on the cord, it wouldn't yank the device. Another thing is battery times aren't very good, and that's why I put the magnetic um, cord in. But when I did that, I could be in that fucking world for 8 hours, and time would just go by like in minutes. It went by very quickly. But there wasn't anything to do. I would just look at websites and like videos and stuff. There weren't any good games because the processing power sucks on the systems. And then on top of that, you have um, Apple's version of it. And that's what well, that's the other Oculus, which I used. My friend had it, and it was amazing. I played games in that, and that was amazing. But you had all kinds of ports connected. Yeah, and you can like lightsaber. Like we played Star Wars with it. We also played. And the Star Wars was really cool. It was totally immersive. You forgot where you were. It was phenomenal. It was truthfully phenomenal. It, yeah, agreed. Um, so I well the so like the version I so um the Apple whatever they call it, what do they call it? Vision Pro. They fucked up with that. They should have just called it the IC or the I whatever. All their shit is I. It should have just been I. They don't know how to market their shit to save their asses, or at least uh, perfect. That's great. That would have been wonderful. That would have been really cool. Um, but uh, and theirs is 10 times as much as Facebook's. I mean, nobody's going to pay that money. Nobody's going to pay $3,000 for that machine unless you're a super Apple fanboy. The price needs to come down. It needs to be right. It's it's just it's just to be an immersive experience. People want a game, and so it's important that these things have games. But the thing that changed it, which was amazing, was porn. That's how you could be in that thing for 8 hours. Um, it's very immersive. It makes it feel like I mean, I still think about what the chicks look like. Yeah, I mean that's what it is. I was in a hot tub with 3 ropes. It was amazing. And you look. That's what I just said exactly. Um, yeah, and you know the controllers were okay. The but at least with the one that was connected to a computer, you just had too many wires. The whole thing needs to be wireless, and once you're able to do that, well, and then you need to have things to do in it, and you need to be able to interact with people. It's just like an early version of the internet. actors, artists weren't really using the internet in the very early days. But when they started to do it, a lot more people jumped in, and that's going to be the same for these types of um, technologies. Now, there's something that I had 10 years ago. It's called Google Cardboard. Have you ever seen this? Where you just take your phone and put it in. It was literally made out of cardboard, like a thing, so that it just went right up to your eyes and was phenomenal. Uh, that allowed you to see the world in 3D. Basically, gave you a Oculus Quest or a Vision Quest, whatever the fuck it is. Apple Vision Pro. Yeah, it's still an app that you can get. It's called Google Cardboard, and it just makes it so that it splits your screen in two, and you put it right up to your eyes, and it allows you to see in like double vision. Well, it's the same. It's it's basically the same thing as what a Vision Pro is or Oculus Quest. Yeah. So no, you no, they wouldn't sell cardboard. You'd make it out of cardboard, or you could buy a holder. You yeah you yeah you could download it exactly. Yeah, they didn't sell the book, but they gave it to you. So it's discontinued. Google Cardboard is a discontinued virtual reality platform by Google, named for its fold-out cardboard viewer into which a smartphone is inserted. The platform was intended as a low-cost system to encourage interest and development in VR applications. Users either build their own viewer from simple low-cost components using specifications published by Google or purchase pre-manufactured. To use the platform, users run cardboard-compatible mobile apps on their phone, place it into the back of the viewer, and view content through the lenses. And I have both. I have the cardboard one and I have the one that I bought. And it was released 10 years ago and discontinued 4 years ago, but it worked very well. It was amazing. Um, I remember using it to be Google Earth and like look around the Earth, and I just thought that was the coolest shit. Yeah, I did that too, and that was cool. That was cool. Yeah, no, I just did like Google Street View and like famous places in the world. No, but it was close. It was good enough. Yeah, I mean, once you get to 8K on a display, that's better than that even I can discern. So we're really close to it. So basically, once you make something 8K, you can't tell the difference between reality and a digital display. $1 trillion. Yeah, it would be like an Nvidia kind of company. It would be bigger than Spotify. People would spend. People would just run it to the back. Yes, yes, it's bigger than music because you could I mean, it's something that people would leave on their televisions and on their computers computers all the time, and you could sell the software, or not, but people would rent the software, basically a pay-as-you-go model. But there could be a free version of it that integrates advertising, and you can sell advertising. Now I know you're going to say, well, isn't that going to take people out of their element? Yeah, that's why they pay for the premium version. Exactly. Except Spotify, right now it's easily going to get that bitch over $1 trillion with this type of software. Well, here's the thing. How are Yeah, but how are they getting that view? So what I'm saying is, like, I see people on TikTok all the time doing ASMR, or on Tik, or on YouTube, or on Twitch. But is that money really in the ASMR, going to ASMR activities? No, that's just going to the popularity of these different apps. So I probably think the ASMR is probably the closer to $20 billion or so. I think it's more than what's being currently. Um, all of it, the whole industry. But if you were to ask middle-aged person on the street, do you know what ASMR is? They're not gonna. It's too wordy. People don't know what that is. It needs a better name. Let's come up with a name. It's got to rhyme. Yeah. ASMR is too wordy. More letters, more syllables is too much. All right, so let's just go to ChatGPT. Yo, dog. I think the term ASMR is too wordy. I bet you agree. Can you come up with 50 ideas that rhyme, like, or come close to rhyming, like smooth move or something like that, that could be ASMR alternatives? Smooth groove, that's a cool one. I like smooth grooves. Yeah, it's two. No, it's not just going to be one, but it rhymes and it's two. That's perfect. You can't have something that rhymes with just one syllable. Tingle jingle. No, it doesn't. How about tingle jingle? How about chill thrill, slow blow, shush rush, moan tone, not bad, pillow willow, snooze groove, muffle shuffle, dust tusk, crinkle tinkle, slow flow. I like smooth groove, but that doesn't rhyme perfectly. If it's gonna rhyme, I want it to rhyme perfectly. Hush hush, whisper twisted light inside. I like the idea of tingle. That's amazing. Tingle. What are 26 words that rhyme with tingle? Tingle single, tingle mingle, tingle shingle, tingle. And there are a bunch of tingle mingle kind of works. So instead of calling it ASMR, you call it tingle mingle. It's still four syllables, but they rhyme. Tingle mingle? I think that's because nobody really knows. It's not like there's not a perfect phrase that summarizes, but that could be. Why couldn't it be tingle mingle? What don't you like about tingle mingle? ASMR, I apologize, I need to interrupt for a second. ASMR is too scientific at times. It needs something to be barking. Yeah, okay, but that's a little too NSFW. Compared to the what? Toothpick market? What is the entirety of the toothpick market? Yeah, I bet the toothpick market is important. Okay. Hold on, you're not including all of the stirrers and the little swords, all of that you can build. Yeah, but you're not including stirrers and the little swords, and you could even include in that. I'm including that though. I'm saying all that plastic waste and stuff. That's plastic waste, and so you could get the environmental people behind this by just whatever they make candy canes out of, or not, yeah, candy canes, but that confection, whatever, without any flavor. It's a waste. It's plastic waste. Well, because then you get in the, the little swords for garnishes. It's like a little sword that you see in a drink. It has like maraschino cherries on it and like orange pieces. Just look up the phrase cocktail sword. Exactly. So you just make all that shit out of stuff that you can consume. It's $1 billion idea. Nothing crazy. But you know how like there's the big push for paper straws and stuff? Nobody goes after that stuff. And we go after that stuff by instead of whatever, you make it into that whatever they make candy canes out of, but just no flavoring. All right, you ready for this one? This is a great idea. Are you ready? Hot dog straws. No, I think that hot dogs should not be shaped the way that they are because they're a choking hazard, a major choking hazard. So what you do is you put a little hole in the middle of all the hot dogs. Well, if you swallow a piece of hot dog, like a baby or a child or something, and it normally is the cylindrical shape of your esophagus, which causes you to not be able to breathe, or of your windpipe, causes your trachea. It doesn't allow you to breathe. But if there's a little hole in it, you can breathe. It's the same reason why they put the little hole in a pen cap. You ever see like a big pen that hasn't changed in like 60 years? The reason why there's a little hole at the top of it on the cap is so that if you swallow it, you can breathe. Or not swallow it, but if it goes down your windpipe, you can breathe. It used to kill children. It used to kill children. That's why they had to put the hole in. So, and look, let's look at deaths from hot dogs a year. How many people die from hot dogs a year? You're welcome. How are you? What's, what, dog, I'm in all kinds of service. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I was
Absolutely. How are you? heard you guys say how sexy I look and how muscular I am, but it happens so often that I have to ignore those types of compliments.
Is there any kind of that?
No, we're not saying that. So, Alien LY, how'd you find me? Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so that's on an old device, so I don't really pay attention to it. I'm live right now in half a dozen Discords, including my own, including Aiden Ross's Discord, the Socialized Discord, Fish Tank Discord. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. A or LY, have either of you seen the movie The Truman Show starring Jim Carrey or the television show Big Brother? Well, then you are very well apprised of what I do, essentially having my entire life on camera. I do this because I want peace in the world. It just gives me a platform to be able to discuss peace. Additionally, the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, A, and online, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. I'm going to give you all the money that you need to be able to help your friends, your family, become financially independent if you're not already, to create generational wealth if you don't already have it, and to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the world. How does that sound? Yes, it is. I talk about other things that are going to help the world when I go viral. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama-Sonic Candy. I know that's a whole lot of words, but essentially it's worth $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria to improve people's lives there. I will continue those types of projects. I'm also a major advocate for the lifestyle program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump good seawater and make it drinkable for a common person. How does that sound? Excellent. Very well. So you can go ahead. More than 2 years. Absolutely. Oh, great question. I was in the middle of the pandemic, and after work, well, like normally I would go to work every day, but I started working remotely, and I was able to have the opportunity to play golf at a golf course here in Anaheim, and I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. So I started recording my golf swing, and sometimes I would hit the ball with a slice or a hook, and I would make some funny jokes to myself. And I thought, you know what, it might be interesting to upload these funny videos for my family in the future if I ever have a wife and children. And so I started doing that every day after work, and I became more comfortable just working remotely on camera. And then I ended up very soon thereafter starting to live stream it because it was taking me too long to upload. And then I realized that I just become so comfortable on camera that I didn't really mind being on camera all the time. And it was an interesting opportunity for me to create essentially a blog for the world. In the past, people would have created a diary or a journal, and instead of doing that, I was just creating basically a virtual diary, a virtual journal or digital diary, or digital journal. And then soon thereafter, purchased like like 33 different devices and started putting them in 360 degrees. And I haven't looked back since. Thank you. Oh, lovely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you connect with people like you and Ryzen and people from all over the world. And I am able to essentially create the world's largest time capsule or the world's largest timeline for human events. And I think that this data will be very extremely valuable to the world in the future, especially because not only will they be able to connect with the person whenever they want, 24 hours a day, but that entire archive is available to the world. We'll be able to learn from it. We've never had so much human data archived for one individual world industry. People will be able to study biometric aspects of my life, biological aspects of my life, things like my sleeping habits, my circadian rhythms, my breathing patterns, my eating patterns, my behaviors, socially. Every aspect of a human can be studied from this, and I think that may be very beneficial in the future. Okay.
So these things uh, it's like I'm looking through your system, seeing like the channels and stuff.
Yeah.
This is how you archive stuff.
No, these are just different categories which I have interest. So I'm a well-rounded person to the best of my ability. And in the future, when this server goes viral, and my project goes viral, I know that I'm going to have people who have interest in all of these different activities, and I'm going to have to be able to activities just like you. If you click on the, if you, absolutely, I mean, that's a major photo sharing app. If you click on the chat with all of them, it has a little description of what each of them are.
Sorry.
You go. Description. Yeah, not this one, but the what's the one? Yeah, but even lower than that. But like those have so much. What those are really for. I have bots in there where you can play all kinds of music. But what he's really referencing, I think, are like where it has. Like if you go to the Reddit one, look at the Reddit one. It's a text channel. It has everything you'd ever want from Reddit. It has like 10 different categories of Reddit, including like sports, technology, news. You can check that out. It's basically the front page right there. Yeah.
Are you actually a Rothschild?
Yep. Somebody probably just scared me. I could I don't. I don't want anything to happen. Somebody probably just scared me. Yeah, yeah, it was like last June, last July. Yeah, I get people that come against it. Lose control of people. I don't have a church, but I do have. I'm a member of multiple communities. That's what I'm a teacher. It's new card, which is a big organization about 4 years ago. I appreciate that. Thank you. What is it? Yeah, I'll delete that. Thank you for making me aware. I haven't looked at those, but obviously it's in well, usually I get spammed with this kind of garbage that you've seen. So if I allow people to have the text channel aspect of it and they spam, they spam it in every single channel. See, I worry about it. That's a personal question. I don't think it's a that's guys have any other questions?
That's what it is at the same time.
Okay, well, George, welcome to the interview. It was live, so feel free to connect with me whenever you want. Just go ahead and make your acquaintance. And okay. Well, fortunately, I've been able to spend that some of the time. I'm a certified project management professional, so if I ever do need to make any money, I'm able to just make some different projects. But I do have savings for my career. I've launched apps on my app store to go play. Do I go outside? Yep. My street is far north of Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, downtown Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. Did I not mention India? Yeah, I should say again, the desert, Mesas, Hindus, and views of the like when we were really like geology and no, that's absolutely. Yeah, it's just no, I have lots of dogs. I have been very successful. That's okay. No, that's not how it works. Why, Riser, are you explaining it that way? No, you would be able to. That's garbage, man. That's not the idea. Of anything, you would be able to see. No, of any. No, that's not the idea. Of anything, it would show you. Dog, that's idea sucks. That was a joke. That was a joke. 2/3 of it would be darkness. That was a joke I made. That's a terrible idea. I mean, that's like doing Google Street View at night. That's what, that, okay.
You guys really haven't played a lot of video games. Yeah, there's no big jump, there's no jump there yet. They kind of go on here.
That's the true big of the holiday business.
Rothschild?
Rothschild? Who's an expert?
Rothschild. I know. Oh,
Yeah, I did. Where Joe Rogan's been talking about it a bunch. Joe Rogan's been talking about it a bunch. What is that, big guy? Why? Oh yeah, definitely. That's why wouldn't you just call it realistic geometry? I don't know who Rabbi is, but Rabbi, what am I supposed to do? Perhaps just advertising. Yeah, just in the corner, like banner ad scrolling, and then you just
no, it's I'll do it. I'll benefit from it. It's daytime.
I mean, Dude, let's talk about that. Do you know what the number one choking death amongst children 3 and younger in North America is? I thought this correct. And I looked this up. You know how you prevent it? You got it, big dog. I love the idea. I love the branding. How are hot dogs? Yeah, anybody can market it. Baby, I am my own marketing agency. Anybody can do fancy name. Not everybody comes up with a great idea. Yeah, Doc. Yeah, that's okay. Hot dog straws. That works too. What'd you do with soup? He- He's been in here so much. Um, we've been playing. So, like, there's one game that he and I are basically equal at, and that is darts. And we're both really good. And he, yeah, plenty of darts. I forgive him. Okay. And he is in here like 6 times a night. And now I know you're like, well, where is he now? I think he was in here earlier. He's at the gym right now. He's been doing the gym thing, which is fine. You know, I'm glad he's getting healthy. Okay, I'll take it. Oh, I'm not listening to him. Dude, that was amazing. Dude, that was a good round. It is good. It's a good one. Coach just be beating you. I mean, we were just playing. All right, let's play it. Okay, I have this thing that I do with Zoom. When we first started playing, do you know what country I chose? Australia, just to piss him off. Australia, just to piss him off. And I, and he would get pissed off about it. So and I used to call myself the Thunder from Down Under, all types of shit like that, just to get in his fucking head. And he's like, you can't be Australian. Okay, fine. So then they don't have, I mean, the US is just too easy and they don't have Israel. And so I would choose Wales because they have the dragon on their flag and it's like an available choice. And I do this thing to piss him off. Whenever I'm about to score, I ask him, dude, do you know what the dragon attack is? He's like, just do it. And then I fucking score on him every single time. And if I do choose to be Australian, sometimes I say, dude, do you know what the Thunder from Down Under is? He's just like, just do it. I fucking score on it. I'm so hard on him, and when I say that, I mean it. If he ever does see this in the future, I talk so much smack. And oh, dude, okay, so I beat him 20 games in a row in minimum. And after each win, I would interview him. And not only would I just go, oh, do you have any statements? But I'd be like, here we are on the green of the fifth hole with Zook. Zook, I'm here with Fox Sports. We want to just get in the mind of such a terrible dog shit mini golf player. What's going through your mind if you lost 18 straight games? And he would just be like, I'm terrible. Like anything. He's like, play me again. I just want to play again. So we played, and these weren't we like sometimes tied. No, these were 20 straight wins where he did not get any points. I just got into his fucking head. I think so. You and I like are always water bumping each other. We can slide by. What else do we play? Exactly. Yeah. We play. Okay, so we play Ocho. He loves that game. He absolutely loves Ocho. We play pool, and he is. But I'm terrible at pool. I've played. It's my worst game of any of the games. We played. Um, yeah, we play that one all the time. That's Litzy. We play that one all the time. We play mini golf, of course. We play table soccer. He beat me once. Yeah, I let him win. I had won over 100 games against him. To be honest, I was not paying attention as he played. He got literally every good letter. He got the Z, he got the Q, and the S, he got all the S's, all the blood tiles. It was a perfect storm, but it was bound to happen. I wanted to lose. I won over 100 games. There he is. Speak of Zook. How are you, Kev? Zook. Uh, Zook, are you ready to play some mini golf? That's what we. He was just saying that. That's cool. So he heard us talking about it. That's how he knew. But we didn't say anything bad. We liked you. I did tell him about. Well, you heard. I told him about interviewing you. Yeah, he knows what the Jaguar said. Riser, pick up your. There you go. And then I make him rank my shots. Riser, what would you rank that shot out of 10? You know that's a perfect shot. Dude, I'm not in this. No, it's not. I know. I didn't really know what to do. Yeah, the peanut box. I'm so glad that's here. Riser kind of has an interesting shot. Which way are you going to go? Why, what is what? What is what? Why? We came up with these strategies. Both Zig and I are experts in this game. What do you think of that? Great shot, Zig. Get it, Zig. You're not going to make it. No, we didn't. So this, oh, riser. Get my ball. Perfect, Zig. Zig, you're the man. Zig, you're the man. Zig's the man. How's it doing? All right. You are 1% owner of it, so you are up 500. You're up like $200 on your investment, right? Oh, good on you. Are you gonna sell? Right? So why didn't you make it? Excellent. I know Zoot's everything about his workout regimen. I know. Zoot, did you go to the gym today? Did you go to? That's why I said I thought you were. Was at the gym. You've been going to the gym like all the time. Riser wanted to know if you were. Riser wanted to know if you were at the library or the adult bookstore. It's a movie. Okay. What WTF was that, Riser? Dude, this wall is get it, Zoot. I'm making this. Look, get it, Zoot. Yeah, we need a library. Looks like I just won. Dude, I beat Riser for you in darts. Oh, you quit? I couldn't get 10 points anyway. Neither of us scored on, but none of us scored on the previous one. That doesn't make me mad at all. It actually is easier because I don't have to wait for you to shoot. What a great shot. What a great shot. Are you serious, my God? What is going on? No, he quit. He quit. No, no way you make that. Hey, my God. No, he's good. He thought he was being cool to stop me from getting 10 points. But he didn't realize that none of us scored on the previous hole, and it wasn't going to be a perfect game either anyway. Yeah, it wasn't a very well thought. Oh, by the way, Riser, I got over 1,000 hits. Oh, don't play this one. Don't play this one. No. I know. It defaulted to 2 people, and it should just default to 3 to 3 players. So don't play that Zoot, accept the invite. Oh, Zoot, accept the invite. Good rising. Zoot, you ready? Zoot sucks at this hole. He always hits the wall and then hits the card. Oh, good job. Perfect shot. No, that's a good shot. And then Zoot and I always ponder whether it's possible to have a hole in one on a hole. Welcome. How are you, Z dudes? Z dudes. I'll let you know. Z dudes, how are you? Welcome. How'd you guys like that shot? Yeah, it's a tough. Dude, he made it really difficult for you. Rising is one of the best shots in his career. Dude, I have ranked higher. I'm like in the top 4,000 people in the world in this game. You know how proud that makes me? If you play ranked, it tells you what your world ranking is. Dude, there are way more. There are way more than that that play this game. Right now, there are 40,000